I think of it as the only acceptable EA game out there. And I did buy the other one too. I bought the other one EA did. The other one that's more modern. I forget the name of it. Yeah, Dragon Age Inquisition. But I think Ultimate Edition Origins is the only one that's truly good. But it's a game that I don't really like that much, and I don't really wish to go play. It's an EA game. I talked myself out of it, which is kind of sad, but I did. So we'll go back to featured. I don't like EA, and I don't like that game, and I've tried many times before, and I know what'll happen. If I didn't like it back then, it's not going to happen now. So I mean, there we are. Wow, I had heard that Helldivers 2 got taken off the store. That's fucking crazy. So nothing too good that pops out at me. One of the nice things about Dragon Age Origins is it is fully voiced, and you can like build a cool party. But I mean, I don't know. I don't really think it's my type of game, really. Uh, Children of the Sun, Skies of Arcadia, Frostpunk 2, The Ice is right, videos and stuff. Yeah, Fallout 4, Sim Settlements. He did a Daggerfall recently that I didn't see, so let's watch that one. So I'm gonna do a many a true nerd while I just grind Rust kind of in the background and stuff like that and eat dinner. But before I start here, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Sell. Hey, cool, 500K. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just stacking up, so like, get rid of it. Yeah, like all of it. Get rid of all that stuff. I know it's cool, but I want all the money from it. Yeah, they're just sitting there gathering space. It's like kind of dumb. Might as well get the money for it. Doing good, doing good. Okay, let's get a buff and start crafting, and then I don't know what day is it. It's Sunday, so yeah, I guess we are watching kind of a slower video tonight. I'm gonna cook some dumplings, which is gonna take a few minutes, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then cook something to eat. And I'm going to take a 5 minute pause here. So I'm going to pause the video and sit AFK for a moment. I believe my business is I'm done with Cheetah at the moment, so I will hop in a. Oh, I need to do my clone. I didn't jump clones, and I'm stupid. I should have jumped clones. I'm dumb. Which one's this? Is it? Yep, there we go. Jump. Yes. And then so ooh, yes, Infrentix booster reaction formula that's going in my BPOs. Yep. And we have all those cool socked turret boosters and stuff for that event. If I wanted to do that, I suppose I could do that. I suppose. Uh, it's too much stress for me right now, so I'm going to get in a council diplo and yep. And I'm gonna go home. Yep, that's good. And there's my council diplo. Okay, while I go to the bathroom and cook something kind of quickly, it should only take like 2-3 minutes. I will leave you with a council diplomatic mission to Alderaan. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. Yep, cool. And we're gonna turn on the music. Yep. And here we go. We're off to the races. No real losses today that I didn't incur on myself. It's fucking awesome. feels good, you know? I'll be right back. Sorry, I sat so low in my fucking seat here. I'm just like, feels good. Time to eat dinner. I haven't eaten today, so I'm terribly sorry. I gotta go to the bathroom, and then I will be back in just a few minutes. And I hope you guys enjoy this journey back home on EVE Online. It's an ambient, transitory journey.
Autopilot engaged.
Okay, be right back, guys. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, did I pause the video? No. I'm gonna pause the video here. Gotta remember to unpause the video. Unpausing the video. So sorry about that. Unpausing the video there. It took about a 7 to 8 minute break to eat some. I pan fried some dumplings, and they were very good. Pork and vegetable dumplings from the freezer section, and I have a weakness for those these days. I've always liked dumplings, and yeah.
27 of 30 tile sets are now complete.
Looks great. I like it, but I don't really care too much beyond this. It seems like he's talking about a lot of stuff. We could just listen to it in the background, however. I like the music. It sounds good. I'm gonna do some more mithril sheets. Oh, I'm probably out of fire crystals. Oops. So right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Left to
four
do
stacks
is
of
the
sheets.
Redoran interior tile set and the interior and exterior stronghold tile.
That's kind of loud. You're coming through loud, buddy. There.
That said, the final assets comprise some of the most complex and specialized pieces in the game, so this shouldn't be taken as an indication that the department will be finished soon.
No, I wouldn't say so, no.
Implementation merges art, mechanics, and audio
We
in
will
the game
sell
engine,
one
turning
sheet
the assets the team has created into playable in-game experiences.
Because it is good money.
We've faithfully revived Morrowind's armor with 14 armor slots. Skyrim had 6. Yes, pauldrons are making a return. You can even mix left and right pieces to create the fashionable outfits of your dreams.
And now I will sell...
Another major undertaking has been adding facial animations to our custom creatures, without which many creatures would not be able to emote or move their mouths while talking. We've also started implementing custom hairstyles in the game. Skywind operates using monthly merges, where we pool our progress and update the build so everyone can work from the same foundation, and use these implemented assets to bring the game to life. We typically only have 1 or 2 active asset implementers available, so we're always looking out for help in this department. With most tile sets now being completed, and most clutter having been designed by the 2D and 3D team, level design is well underway.
1 hour and 50 minutes, okay.
Many regions are finalized and undergoing quality assurance, or QA, and peer review. Others are receiving finishing touches, including manual placement of details and starting QA. Most of the remaining areas are over 60% complete, with blocked layouts, clutter, and some details added. We also have 1,032 interiors to design, including settlements, cities, houses, shops,
is Skyblivion done?
Caves, forts, tombs,
oh yeah,
and
look at that.
Most interiors are well underway, though some areas are delayed due to awaiting tile sets. Vivek City's exterior is mostly done, but needs adjustments due to NPC scheduling, quests, and dialogue. Interior spaces in Vivek are actively being worked on. Towns and villages are generally complete, except for Redoran interiors awaiting the tile set, and one Redoran exterior needing more work. Camp's level design is now complete and undergoing quality assurance. Most Imperial Fort interiors are in progress, except for Ebonheart, which is awaiting special pieces for the tile set. Nav meshing involves crafting navigation paths, or nav meshes, which guide game characters through the world. This system helps characters calculate
quite a good
efficient
dinner.
routes while avoiding obstacles, preventing them from getting stuck. In essence, it defines where non-player characters can move. Optimization sets room boundaries or occlusion planes, instructing the computer on rendering in-game content, enhancing performance by rendering only necessary portions at a time. Here's how the exterior nav meshing process has progressed since 2020. Work on nav meshing interiors has also begun, but isn't as far along, as level design is not yet as complete in these areas. Custom creatures were initially fashioned from Skyrim skeletons and animations. However, Erisarn's animation tool marked a significant turning point, enabling the integration of entirely new creatures with unique animations. In total, we plan for 15 of Morrowind's 44 creatures to have brand new, custom animations in the final game. Of those, 7 were added to the build with placeholder animations in just 2023. Prior to that, we only had one custom creature in the build, the Betty Netch. So this is a huge achievement. The animation team also works on custom weapon and spell animations. Video game visual effects, or VFX, involve the creation and integration of stunning visual elements to enhance the gaming experience.
I lost that
VFX can
compound load,
simulate
damn it.
realistic physics.
Oh, no, I think I
Conditions,
kept it there, actually.
explosions, spells, and more. Our main focus at the moment are the game's spells.
Looks good.
51 out of 105 spells now have custom VFX completed, with 54 left to go. Once spells are finished, further work will need to be done to finalize our weather conditions, though these are already 95% finished and implemented. In addition, general lighting throughout the game will need tweaking to ensure areas have an appropriate atmospheric
Save the
tone
games from
while still
Bethesda.
being
Save it from Bethesda. Save it. Yep.
The other component to making spells more immersive is how they sound.
Wow.
But sound work doesn't stop there. From the clanking of armor to the scuttling of a creature in the distance. Our sound designers are working tirelessly to create an immersive soundscape that helps to make Vardenfell feel alive and real. These are being worked on by order of priority, but we do have a long way to go and are always looking for new volunteers to help speed this along. When it comes to music, we're dividing the work by region. Each region will have day and night music.
They're changing the music?
With universal combat music
Oh, I don't
and
know. Why
some
did you
special
change the
bonus
music?
tracks for taverns or unique locations. We currently have over 100 tracks in the game. Skyrim had about 1,100 NPCs, voiced by approximately 70 voice actors. Skyrim has about 3,000 NPCs, voiced by approximately 300 voice actors.
If you do the crime, pay the fine. Don't do the time.
Word of advice. Buy a little goodwill. Lose a few drakes, gain a friend. Folks will loosen up if you'll spread a little of the Emperor's gold around.
Did you not see him as you entered? It is that Marcel. Outside my shop he stands all day, selling ridiculous wares.
If you're entering unfamiliar territory and you think it might be hostile, slow down to a walk, look around, catch your breath, and be ready for trouble.
Slavery is prohibited in all Morrowind. Slavery is illegal throughout the rest of the Empire.
Here's an overview of our current progress. We're often asked about using AI voice acting to speed things up. We don't use AI voice acting. All our voice work is done by humans.
Wow.
What in Almcivi's name do you need a poison like that for? Almcivi bless.
Waxuthi, look, kill you! Heh. It doesn't even know our words. You don't look familiar. You looking for something?
3 blessings, Sarah. Os eru ficarist guara, cost halduna del bargiv. I fought guaras more ferocious than you.
I will bathe in your blood! Your bloodline ends here!
We're making steady progress, and voice acting will actually most likely be one of the first departments to be finished. File cutting is better described as voice acting quality assurance.
Wait a minute, let me do that one.
The job of a file cutter is to listen back to voice actor recordings.
My mind was elsewhere. Is there something I can do for you?
Making sure that the voice actor has stuck to the script.
Put that thing away, Outlander. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Pronounce things right.
I am proud to speak with you, Never-Evergreen.
And that there isn't any strange background noise. If there are any issues, file cutters note it down so the voice actor can redo it, and the lines that are good to go are labeled using free software. These labels make it easy to cut up the audio into specific chunks, readying them for implementation into the game.
Interesting.
The same patterns in each. All their organs on the inside.
Voice acting mastering refines recorded voices by eliminating background noise, ensuring consistent levels and harmonizing with the game's audio.
The great Daedra Mafala has given me information that must be acted on. If you'd be willing to work with me, I'm certain Mafala would be grateful.
Yet, this area has posed challenges. Our mixing and mastering team has been dedicating months to manually master a single actor submission. Since 2018, 19 submissions have been
And
completed,
people really love these
with over
games
400
a lot more than I
submissions awaiting
thought.
attention. Our current approach
I didn't realize
is
people love them like this.
To expedite the process, we're exploring streamlined solutions like batch processing for non-essential characters. This method involves configuring an effects chain from a sample and applying it to the entire recording. While not flawless, it promises to accelerate our pipeline by not just months, but years. Writers play a pivotal role, adjusting dialogue from Morrowind's system to Skyrim's.
Adherents of the temple must show patience and wisdom. To prove you have these qualities, you must make the pilgrimage to the Sanctus Shrine. You shall be sworn to silence. If you speak with anyone before reaching the shrine, you will have broken your vow. I would warn you, there is no easy way to get to the Sanctus Shrine, and the journey can be dangerous. Before you are sworn to silence, you may wish to purchase some potions of levitation or water walking.
Ooh, and this is where their magic comes
as well
in.
as filling gaps, expanding some existing quests, and creating new quests for faction leaders, or new features like the smithing skill. All 3,000 plus NPC dialogues have now been adapted to Skyrim's system. A few brand new NPCs are still in progress. Dozens of new random encounters, chats, greetings, and farewells are complete. Writers contribute to world building with item descriptions and many other flavor texts. When it comes to quests, Great House Hlaalu, Redoran, and Telvanni questlines are done. Quests for the Mages Guild, Thieves Guild, Imperial Cult, Imperial Legion, Tribunal Temple, and Morag Tong are all complete, with just the Fighters Guild left to go. Daedric quests, Vampire quests, and all miscellaneous quests are done. All but the final quests in the main quest line are complete. Once written, quests need to be implemented. This is done via the creation kit, setting up quest objectives, quest stages, adding the writing and dialogue, and setting up any necessary scripting. Telvanni is complete. Redoran is fully implemented, but waiting on some final level design work. Hlaalu is almost done, but getting some refinements to flesh out the more basic quests. Mages Guild, Thieves Guild, Imperial Cult, Imperial Legion, Temple, and Morag Tong quest lines are all fully implemented, but some quests still require level design work before they can be tested by QA. Miscellaneous quests, including Vampire and Daedric quests, are for the most part complete, but not yet all playable due to awaiting level design. The main quest is mostly implemented and playable with the portrait lore and narrative quests, with some bottlenecks from level design and dialogue tweaks. The main quest finale is still in early stages of development. In total, of our 490 quests, 352 are fully implemented. Covering every coding detail of turning Skyrim into Skywind is beyond the scope of this video. But let's take a peek at some of the coding efforts that have shaped this project. We've overhauled the UI and introduced NPC disposition, levitation, and mark and recall spells. As well as an intricate custom spell system. The weapons repair system, Morwyn's armor slot structure, and projectiles and spears are all back too. For skills and perks, instead of Skyrim's constellation system, we've adopted a hybrid approach inspired by Oblivion's perks and classic Fallout, granting players new abilities every 25th skill level. For picking perks from a list with skill and level prerequisites, all 27 of Morwyn's skills have made their comeback. Most skills and spells are operational in-game, but the custom spell system still has a long way to go.
Wow.
We also still need to craft NPC schedules for over 3,000 characters, each with dynamic daily routines. To put this in perspective, base game Skyrim only had 1,000
Why
characters.
can't Bethesda do this?
Additionally, a comprehensive balancing pass will be needed, refining dungeon difficulty, loot distribution, and the in-game economy. The Quality Assurance, or QA team, ensures Skywind's quality by playtesting developer work against project standards. The big focus is on interior level design and quest testing. Interior checks include nav mesh, NPC behavior, clutter, physics, and level flow. For quests, testers check different paths, including alternate approaches and quest-ending actions, like killing NPCs. They also ensure quests are completable by relying on the player journal rather than quest markers, just like in Morrowind. We have completed a first pass of testing on 67% of implemented quests, and a first pass of testing on almost all finalized interior cells. The main challenge for QA is that testing can't start until areas and quests are ready to be tested. So, by design, QA will be one of the last teams to wrap up before the release. Our community and internet presence are what keep our community updated and let prospective volunteers know we exist. Making videos like this one takes a lot of time and effort, from researching, scripting, video editing, and more. So if you think you have what it takes to lend us a hand, please do feel free to reach out. Here's an overall summary of where each department stands currently. Each department is working hard to overcome bottlenecks and keep progressing forward. We have made huge strides in recent years, and we're pleased to say that while we aren't there yet, the end is now starting to come into view. But to help make that a reality, we need your help. In particular, we are looking for 3D clothing artists, animators, VFX NIF-scopers, sound designers, and people with experience implementing assets via the creation kit, and voice mixers. We're also looking for someone to help manage our music department, especially someone with knowledge of the creation kit in order to adjust the conditional behaviors of different pieces. This has created an ongoing bottleneck. If you or someone you know might be able to help, please do get in touch. We are always on the lookout for file cutters and nav meshers, which are skills anyone can pick up if you have a computer and some patience, even if you've never been involved in modding before. Please apply at tersrskywin.com/volunteer, or come ask us questions in our Discord server linked in the description. We'd love to have you. Skywin has always been an incredibly ambitious project, representing an incalculable amount of time and work, and not by a paid production team, but by volunteers in their spare time. Skywin would have never come as far as it has without the unquenchable interest and enthusiasm of our followers. We're grateful for your support, and we look forward to continuing onward as we continue to make our way to the summit of this expedition. In this place, destiny is made.
To the 5th episode of the Skyblivion Development Diary. For the past few years, our team has been chipping away at a seemingly impossible feat to remake the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion in the latest Elder Scrolls engine. We hope that this series will show you how far one of the most ambitious modding projects of our generation has come, and where we are headed. Welcome to the making of Skyblivion! progress has been steady, we are always looking for more volunteers to help us finish the project and get it into your hands as soon as possible. We are especially interested in 3D artists with experience creating clothing or plants, as well as experienced Skyrim modders in general. If you have experience in this field or other skills that might be of use, feel free to apply at www.skyblivion.com/volunteer. The Great Forest. Alongside Cyrodiil's northwesternmost border with Hammerfell, far beyond the safe walls of the Imperial City, lies the Great Forest, an immense region of woodland that stretches from Coral in the west to the outskirts of Bruma in the north. This land is divided into 3 distinct forests. In the heart of the region, we have the tall redwoods. These time-worn trees have seen the ancient Allied civilizations flourish in Cyrodiil, only to mysteriously disappear. These enormous trees dominate the land, like the White Gold Tower itself, providing refuge to any that strike down under the shelter of their huge branches. This area is therefore home to all sorts. People have founded small hamlets scattered across the forest floor. However, there is much more life than men and myrrh to be found among the canopies. Rabbits, foxes, wolves, boars, and even the occasional troll share these blessed woods. Further west, near Coral, there is another ancient forest, though nowhere near as old. This oak forest is accredited with the birth of the city of Coral itself, providing an endless supply of lumber. It is said that no building within its walls could have been built without the mighty oaks that once stood in their place. Outside these walls, the trees have also contributed their to numerous structures. Though not as glamorous, one can find old forts and the occasional dark and mysterious hamlet that owe their existence to the forest just as much as Coral. To the north, alongside the aptly named Orange Road, lies a more colourful, beautiful, and perhaps lesser known part of the Great Forest. This comparatively small area allows its inhabitants to soak up the sun among its lush grass, crystal clear lakes, and rich forest floor dotted in idyllic aspen trees. Hunters can be found throughout the area, though one must be wary of spriggans. These protectors of the forest do not take kindly to those who try to pillage the forest's resources and inhabitants. As beautiful as the area may be, do not be fooled. As with anywhere, danger lurks around every corner. A wise adventurer would keep their wits about them and their weapon at the ready, as what may begin as a seemingly idyllic walk through the woods could end in an early grave. But the dangers of the forest come with equal opportunity. Its landscapes dotted with caves, mines, abandoned forts, shrines to powerful Daedric gods, and Allied ruins alike. Allied ruins. The Alliads were a race of long extinct elves who once ruled over Cyrodiil long before recorded history. Their great cities once rivaled even the Dwemer, but like their dwarven counterparts, all that remains of their civilization are the ruins. But don't be confused. Although the Alliad have long passed beyond the mortal realm, that doesn't mean these ruins are empty. Step carefully through these halls, as any manner of undead Alliad White Guardian, or Lich may still be skulking in their ancient home. If not, chances are a wide range of men and beasts occupy these old halls in their stead. Bandits, trolls, spirits, goblins, or relatively harmless Welkind crabs, to name a few, have been reportedly sighted in these areas. We want each Alliad ruin to feel unique and memorable. To that end, we've worked to give the regions of Cyrodiil their own unique style of Alliad ruins. In the Heartlands and Great Forest, you can expect to find more traditional Alliad ruins, like those often encountered in Oblivion. Adventure into the swampy groves of Blackwood, and you can expect Alliad ruins with overgrown surfaces, as the swamp takes its toll on the ancient structure. To the far west of Cyrodiil, the sandy slopes of the Gold Coast also chip away at ancient Alliad cities. Here, you may find sand-blown ruins long since consumed by the local environment. Even in the far north of Cyrodiil, along the snowy slopes of the Gerald and Valus Mountains, Ayleid structures can be found fully immersed in the frigid northern climate, like a frozen page from a living history book. User interface. We last showed off Skyblivion's user interface and menus in 2020 and 2021. Since then, we've implemented bespoke menus throughout the game. Let's dive into them, shall we? We've implemented an animated birth sign menu for use in character creation. Whereas Oblivion used a list-based menu, we've worked to make the menu more engaging and fitting within the style of the Elder Scrolls universe, reflecting the constellations of the night sky. Additionally, as with Oblivion, each birth sign offers the player unique bonuses to support their preferred playstyle. The class menu makes a grand return in Skyblivion. Our revised version of the menu allows you to select from a list of predefined classes, each with their own unique traits. Or, if you don't find a class that fits your needs, create your own, with your own class name and description, for a deeper role-playing opportunity. We've also restored attributes to the game that were removed in Skyrim. Each race will receive specific attribute buffs, dependent upon their ancestry. Speaking of attributes, our new level up screen allows you to commit points to your attributes every level. We've aimed to ensure this updated menu provides better feedback for your selections, with the effects of your choices visible in real time. And, just like in Oblivion, the level up screen may only be triggered when the player character goes to sleep. We've written new messages to accompany each level, ensuring they fit within the established tone and themes of the original 20 messages. As an added bonus to our level system, certain messages will be unique to your race or specialization of warrior, thief, or mage, encouraging replayability. Moving on, our new character menu is your catch-all for information about level up progress, skills, fame, bounty, and infamy. In the second tab of this menu, the perks screen offers you a selection of perks for every level up. Additionally, we are bringing back the Mastery perk system, which will automatically unlock new perks once you've sufficiently developed your proficiency in specific skills. Best of all, we've designed the perk menu to be accessible and editable, giving others the opportunity to build upon our system should they desire. Oblivion's classic lockpicking system has been entirely remade and upgraded in Skyrim's engine. Note that this isn't a simple reskin of Skyrim's system, but rather an entirely new replacement, which runs as smoothly and functions just as intuitively as Skyrim's native lockpicking screen, including complete controller support. New lockpicking mechanics introduced in the Elder Scrolls Online, as well as the original lockpicking system from Oblivion, influenced our new system. Lastly, in the realm of user interface, we've added 50 unique loading screens throughout the game, alongside hints and a new loading indicator. That covers our current progress, but there's still more to come. We look forward to showing off an updated dialogue menu, inventory menu, and paper map in a future developer diary. With the user interface tackled, let's return to the Great Forest and its neighboring city, Coral. Despite the region's dangers, Coral's high walls and wide moat offer a safe bastion for those adventuring along Cyrodiil's northwest border. Outside of its gates lie numerous farms to keep its citizens well fed and provide the county with enough surplus to trade with its neighboring cities, as well as the capital. Coral is divided into 5 distinct districts. Stepping through its gates, you will find yourself in the Fountain Gate district. Here, the city's main square circles the statue of St. Osler, and good times await in the Grey Mare, the city's most affordable inn. To your left is Chapel Street, where you can find the Northern Goods and Trade General Store, Renoir's books for your spell tome needs, and the warm beds and good food of the more refined Oak and Crozier Inn. Towering at the end of the street is its namesake, the Cathedral of Stendar. Here, the well-kept grounds of the God of Mercy and Justice create a stark contrast to the neighboring West District. The West District is the lower-class section of the city, Here, modest homes provide shelter for the city's commoners. The adjacent pond acts as a communal area for citizens from all over the city, and as such is always well maintained. Despite the lower standing of citizens in the Western District, this recreational ground is a point of pride, reflected in its neatly pruned hedges and other things. In the heart of the city lies Great Oak Place, named after the mighty oak tree at its center, a proud symbol of the city which can be found on the shields of its guards and the banners flying over the city. In this district you can find work with prominent institutions like the Fighters Guild and Mages Guild, or arms and armor at Fire and Steel, the local blacksmith. The district even offers Arborwatch, a home for sale to those the Countess deems worthy. Lastly, Castle Coral, the region's seat of power and home to Countess Ariana Valga, dominates the entire east end of the city. From here, within its opulent halls, the Countess and her court govern over County Coral. Although Castle Coral required less overhaul than other locations in Oblivion, we've still made efforts to enhance the location. Now, Castle Coral has an improved approach alongside its entrance, with more landscaping and vibrant plants reflecting its occupants' wealth and stature. New fortifications, guards' barracks, a training field, stables, and an additional castle blacksmith who furnishes weaponry in defense of the city all help to make the castle more immersive. Our monumental efforts to rebuild Oblivion in Skyrim's engine is closer than ever before, and we still have plenty more to show off. As we begin planning our next developer diary, we want to hear from you. What would you like to see? Remember,
This was good. Oh, Lord. Where am I currently? I'm like at the outpost. Wow. I don't have any scrap though, which kind of sucks. No, I don't have any scrap. I've got to go home. I was going to go buy a solar panel, but I don't have any money. Okay, mithril sheets for 559.01. $59.01. Let's see, this is the boring thing, but I mean, if you're willing to list them all on all of your alts, you could probably make a lot of money. 54 bean cans for 3 doors. I should just find Satchel. I want to take that tugboat from him. Half a level today. Ugh. Alright, fine, you can have it. "9:40 in the morning, beautiful sunrise." Oh, oh. Zombies? Yeah. Zombies going to attack a wolf. Well, all I want is the milk crate, so... Rabies! God damn it, man! You fucking spawned me! Fucking spawned me. Fuck, I better get to the road. It'll be the only way I can track. It's fine, honestly. I didn't really get very far at all. Fucking scarecrow. My axe did not survive. Why? Oh, probably because I died. It was probably on the ground. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stop signs here I don't want to miss. I'm going to get them all. Oh yeah, I need fire crystals. $700. $700. $700. $700. $700. $700. Then we'll start placing more sheets. I've got a post 3, post 3, post 3. Here, I posted a bunch of them. I gotta move. That's cool. They fixed that. I think they sped up the crossbow. Feels fast now. Wonder what that's about. Wolf. Or like a 3-pack of wolves. $230 scrap, not bad. Okay, posting sheets, posting sheets. Oh, you have to pay. Yep. And I'm just selling sheets as fast as many as I can. Failed to place. Okay. So now I have all the sheets up for sale. I'm just going to monitor my auctions here. Lots of mithril sheets. Don't know why that steel nuggets hasn't sold yet. Mithril sheets for 5901. A lot of stacks of them. I'm going to convert what else I have here. Yep. And we'll go back to converting to mithril sheets. Right now I'm currently 41. So as you can see, it's going to take a lot of mithril sheets. But that's okay, and I'll just sell them on alts, and, you know, it works for me. Maybe I should do some copper since I'm here. 8 to 23, so in 4 hours, there we go, back to work for mithril sheets. Mithril sheets. I don't really want to spend all that money, really. That's okay, I'm good with walking away with one gun, you know? One gun would be okay. Excuse me. That's a bomb going off live on somebody's Fallout, recorded like 5 years ago. This game first came out. Some dude who's hella into Fallout. Some nerds manifest their love in different ways. Some people it's just fandom and they just like geek out on it and they think about it and they listen to the music all day and they just want to do that, and I don't begrudge them that. I've never had that kind of fandom except for rock stars. My friends. I love my friends. I'm such a big fan of my friends. But yeah. You know, bless them for loving this stuff to make these videos and loving the product as much as, you know. Maybe not as maybe I don't love it as much as they do, but I love the product. It's clear when I play it every day.
You've been examined.
Oh my god, stop. Stop. I hit him with it too. I hit him with it. Nice, a free large battery. I was gonna make one. I need a root combiner, not a fucking electrical branch, damn it. I need a root combiner. Lame. But at least I have 180 scrap suddenly. I am starving to death. I better stop and dump. I'm full. Oops. Wait, there's a solar panel. Oh, but I just didn't research it is what it is? Yeah, I gotta research it, yeah. Wow, I have metal on me too, that's okay. Yes. That was perfect. I was like starving. no! God damn it. Got bite just for falling. So stupid. Yeah, there's gonna be a scarecrow, which is annoying, but that's alright, I can still get away. Go back there and get that stuff. Hopefully they disperse enough so I can at least get back in the back of the recycler. Hatter's pretty good. Oh god. I don't know what to do. Oh, he's a nasty fucker. Okay, can't catch up by 8. Damn it! Damn it! Maybe I can get the stuff out and away from here at least. I don't know. Ah. Out and away, out and away, out and away, in. Yeah, like right here. Yeah, that's fine. Go. Fun times in Zombieland. When you realize that the Horde always wins. The Horde always pretty much wins. That's what's wrong with humanity, pretty much. The Horde always wins. I learned it being 16 years a goddamn Knight Champion as an Alliance. The Horde always wins. They just stack the motherfucking deck. They just bring too many people and it works. You see the unwashed Horde coming and they all smell like basement. And you're like, oh no. Many, many zombies, many, many people, many, many bullets, many, many arrows, many, many melee attacks. Whatever. I hope I can get in there. I mean, it's not even like I have a weapon in there. I just want the high qual. It looks so cool now. Wow, that looks way better now. That looks so cool. Yes, something wrong. Something wrong. elusive. Loot all. Out the back door and we outie. Bye. $16 high qual was what I was hoping for, and I got a ladder on top of it, which is good. Tomorrow I'll work on getting a T2 down, and I'll put garage doors up if I'm not offlined. It's always weird when you log off and you're like the only one on the server, and you log back on and your base is gone, and you're like, there was no one here. I was the only one here for 5 hours. You know? Or whatever. Ladder's good. Get that in my memory banks. Seven minutes on the kit. So annoying. Repetitive ass fucking zombies. Okay. I'm going to load. I am trying to load PSO2. I need to make a... Wait, what happened to all that high qual that I had? Metal and high qual and metal, okay. $25 high qual, some of which I want to take some tech trash and make a solar panel. And then, yeah, and we'll we'll put that and plug it into the battery before I go to bed. And I'll need a cable thingy. Yep. And we'll go put a solar panel somewhere. I guess a clear spot would be, I don't know, like right there, I guess. Yeah, like right here, maybe. Yep. And we'll just connect it and see what power I can get, if any. Oh my god, he bit me. That son of a bitch. No. 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 Oh my god. No, don't kill me before I get it, please. There, power in. I got it, I got it. How does that died? I wish he would die. He's so annoying. So annoying. Okay, now that we have power, or sorry, sun, hopefully that thing charges. What else? I suppose I will make my series of lights and connect them. Just gonna kill the sound because it's so goddamn asinine. Something you never see with the AAA-ness. One of the few things you'll never see with the AAA-ness is that kind of buggy code. You know, usually they smooth that sort of stuff out like fairly well. I'm done with this, but I do need that to make lights, and I need yeah, green, and a white. Green, white. Yep. And we'll put green. Green. White right here. And we'll connect them all. Pass through. Power in. Pass through. Power in. And then when I wake up in the morning, I'll connect this battery. But it's got to get power first, whatever little bit of power it's going to get. It's not going to get much, but hopefully it's enough that like it'll run these 3 lights for a while. Yeah. There's a thing right outside the base. I suppose I should go get that. I need to make a new axe, I guess. So, tools of the axe variety. Oops, I already made one, huh? Oops, there we go. And so Metal, wood. Okay, and let's just run start PS2 too. Okay, put this away in the tool thingy, and I'm gonna put these away. And yeah. Let's listen to some YouTube. How many bases did I make today? 5 or 6, I think. Jesus. Boingy, boingy. Okay, so here we go. We're going to play some options and some audio. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's run a YouTube video in the background, but I'm trying to mini player. There we go. So, I am looking to see what's new. On a Sunday, I don't really expect too much. ESO improved one of its big
Line
one
is
of
rolling
its
out
worst
tons of new
features.
features in 2024, including the new Gold Road chapter, a new gameplay system called scribing, which lets you customize several new abilities. You can even change the color of some existing skills with a new option called skill styling.
Thank you, Hack the
game is
Minotaur,
really
for the extra
ramping up
content
in
for my
terms
stream. I
of
would like to
updates
sub to your
and new
channel.
features. But that's not all. ESO has been working to improve some pain points that have bugged players for years. One thing they've adjusted recently is adding better in-game rewards that you can actually earn by, playing the game. We saw a ton of these rewards come out last year in the Necrom chapter, such as a new mount, multiple new non-combat pets, a new costume.
Don't
and
care
more.
about
And
that
all
stuff.
of these, like I said, were linked to actual in-game achievements, most of which were related to like the main story quest, some related to farming items, but all very doable by most players. So you didn't even need to worry about doing in-game content necessarily, which was a nice option in terms of making those rewards accessible to the majority of players. But fast forward now to 2024, and we are again seeing more earnable rewards like outfits, mounts, pets, and even a new skin, again all linked to specific achievements that can be earned by players. So it's nice to see this shift in focus to more earnable rewards players can actually get by playing ESO, as I think this has been one of the biggest complaints that players have had in recent memory. But there is a second system that I want to talk about in today's video that seems to be getting a lot more attention than it has in the past lately, and which players can get even more excited for looking into the future, and that is the recent changes to ESO's daily login rewards. So yeah, if you didn't know, ESO has been doing some work lately on making that daily login reward system actually worth your time by improving the quality of items you can get by logging into the game on a regular basis. Now this is something that has definitely been lacking in ESO for the past few years, I would say. I mean, I actually remember when the login reward system was first released into ESO many years ago, it really did seem like those initial login rewards were much better. For example, we regularly got things like round crates into those login rewards, and we often got several crates at a time or several in a row, so it actually gave you something to look forward to or work towards as you played the game each month. However, I definitely noticed the daily login rewards changing, especially access to crown crates over the past few years, as those good daily login rewards definitely started to dry up a bit. No longer were we getting as many crown crates, and the best items we typically got were gold or maybe some like body markings or non-combat pets. Not a lot to look forward to, but all that has really changed for the better in the past few months, and many rewards are absolutely incredible, so I can't wait to show you those. But just for comparison, I thought it would be pretty interesting to see how those crown crates have appeared or not in the daily login rewards over the past years. So here's my rough count based on research I was able to dig up. Again, this is just for crown crates that could be earned through the daily login reward system. So going back to 2018, which is when daily login rewards first started, I was able to find at least 30 crown crates rewarded over the course of that year. This is absolutely a huge number, and I remember being excited for this when it came out. But then in the next year, 2019, the number of crown crates you could earn was reduced down to just 5 crates, and that was for the entire year. If you thought that was bad, it actually got worse from there. In 2020, I was able to find just 3 crown crates in the daily login rewards for the entire year, and in 2021, I actually found 0 crown crates. I may have missed like 1 or 2 in there somewhere, but obviously you can see the difference. We went from a lot of crown crates to basically none in a couple years. There was a slight uptick. I found 2 crown crates awarded in 2022, but last year is where things really seemed to change for ESO. 2023 saw the release of 11 crown crates into the daily login rewards, most of which were in December. But that brings us to 2024, which so far has brought in 15 possible crates just in January through April, and then 10 more coming in May, bringing up the total to 25, and that's with less than half of the year complete. So clearly, I think the dev team at ESO has made a conscious decision at this point to improve the daily login rewards starting last year, but really pushing things now in 2024. But the crown crates are not even the biggest reward so far. I mean, in just March of this year, players could pick up the Orsinium DLC completely for free, and this is, in my opinion, one of the best DLCs actually in the entire game. You get access to a great zone, a great story. There's the Maelstrom Arena, solo arena zone that's part of the Orsinium DLC. It's a lot of really great content. And then looking ahead, players can actually get a free house during the month of May by logging in for only 3 days. This house is called the Sword Singer's Redoubt, and it's located on the border of Alakir Desert and Bankrai, so it's part of the base game. And again, you only need to log in 3 days to get this reward during the month of May, and those days don't even need to be in a row. It's just like any 3 days. Plus, like I said, there are more crates available this month, up to 10, I believe, plus another free pet and free endeavors. So you'll probably want to log in as much as you can to pick up those rewards anyway. But one other really interesting note on this free house through the daily login rewards is that on the ESO website, it says a little bit more. It says that this free house could also be hinting at something special, and we'll need to wait to find out more. Now, personally, I think this is likely going to be part of some big in-game community event that ESO typically does every year. But since this year is actually the 10-year anniversary of ESO, this event might actually span the entire game and have even more community challenges and rewards. Could be anything, but that's just my thinking. But let me know what you all think about this down in the comments section below. Have you noticed the improvement in daily login rewards, and has it actually worked to get you to play more? I am really curious to find that out. As always, I hope you found this video helpful, and if you did, do me a favor and crush that like button so that YouTube knows to share this video with others. If you'd like to see more ESO news, guides, and builds, make sure to hit that subscribe button as well, as I'm already working on tons of new
that's
content
what
for
you do?
ESO's
I didn't
upcoming
know.
Gold
I didn't
Road
click
chapter.
go.
So make sure to follow the channel to stay up to date with all of that. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you around in the next video. Hey everybody, if you're struggling at all with the Elder Scrolls Online, I definitely know the feeling. I struggled learning the game myself for months. The biggest problem I had was, even though the game says you can play any way you want, it never really teaches you how. Like I said, it took me months of teaching myself how the game works before I could even start to make builds that were both fun and effective to play. Well, I've now put down my system for creating unique builds into a simple step-by-step guide that you can learn to create your own fun and powerful builds for yourself. We're calling this the ESO Zero to Hero Academy, and it's being hosted through Podia, which is an amazing online learning platform. So far, our ultimate build guide has over 25 lessons with over 2 hours of video content, designed to take you from a beginner to a master theory crafter, not in months like it took me, but in just a few hours. So if you want to check out the guide and preview all of the included lessons, just click on the link below to learn more. Thanks again for watching, and I hope to see you there.
It's alright. Let's listen to what this guy says about Starfield here.
Bethesda has managed to do the impossible and get me to play Starfield once again. Congratulations. Everybody loses. You see, Bethesda Game Studios just announced a major update to Starfield. The biggest
Thank you,
one
Luke Stevens,
they've
for
done
the excellent content from my
since the
stream.
game
I'd like to
launched
sub to your
last
channel.
year. And this update promises to bring all sorts of stuff, such as new city maps and things like that to actually enhance the experience when you're navigating planet surfaces and stuff. They're also, as they announced, adding all sorts of different modular parts for shipbuilding. They're going to tweak some other things for New Game Plus, making it so that you can reassign your perks and redesign your character and stuff, which is super, super useful. They also announced that they are aiming to add a performance mode to console. So if you were looking to play this on the Xbox Series X, it looks like you'll be able to do 60 frames, right? Right? Well, as always, the answer is in the fine print. And in this case, if you look at the fine print, it's revealing. Namely, they specify if you don't have a variable refresh rate display, screen tearing will occur when selecting 60 FPS or above. as your preferred frame rate target, which means if you select performance over quality and then target 60 frames above that, as you can see them toggle it to, you will straight up get screen tearing unless you have a VRR compatible display, which I'm guessing a lot less people have than will be trying this. That was a clunky way of saying it. Basically, it sounds like it's a performance mode where you'll flip the switch and it will do 60 frames. That is not what this is. It's basically just a VRR mode that aims for 60. And that's why they have in big letters down here, performance setting is intended for variable refresh rate displays. That's what it's meant for. If you don't have that, if you're playing this on an older display, an older TV or monitor that doesn't have it, you will not get the benefits of this. It will be something you'll need to turn off because the screen tearing will be so bad. So I just want to be very clear with that. I've already seen some like BGS and Starfield stands talking about how they did it. They added performance mode. It's not really what this is. This is a VRR mode that's targeting 60 frames, but likely won't achieve it. And if it does achieve it, you still have to have a very particular type of display to see it. Beyond that, they also showed this where you're going to be able to have conversations with people and turn off the dialogue camera, which is different. I mean, basically you'll be able to have conversations and you won't have to look at the weird like front-on conversation camera that's like straight out of Oblivion. You won't have to do that, which could be nice, I don't know. And then they showed this majestic little clip here of a work in progress Doom buggy that will come to the game at some point in the future. It stood out to me because, for one, it will hopefully improve one of the biggest problems in Starfield, which is navigation and exploration. But even this little thing they showed,
no, remember, there was nothing out there anyways, though.
And it basically
there's nothing out there
like
for the Doom buggy to find.
It's a repurposed boost pack that has taken the shape and form of a dune buggy, so it uses the same mechanics as the boost packs or jet packs.
What?
It's just shooting you forward horizontally now. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to satisfy everybody. Even in this footage, which to be fair is work in progress footage, it could be much better by the time we see it. But even in this footage, it doesn't seem to be moving particularly quickly, and it seems to be yo-yoing pretty hard. So we'll see when that comes, but it seems like that might be a cool addition, but it might also be rough. Time will tell. But Luke, all this is
It'll be
great,
rough.
but I thought the video title says you're
I
going to
don't
try
need
it.
time.
Well,
I already
guess
know.
what? Guess what? I am. You see, this update comes out on the 15th to all platforms. Officially, it's not out yet. However, it is available through the Steam beta program, which you can also opt in for. So if you play the game on PC, you can do that. And that's what I did earlier on stream, and that's the version of the game you see on screen right now. I have enabled beta access, so I downloaded the beta update, and as a result, if I hit M for map, and then I go G for surface map, you can see there are actual city maps now. These are way
Big
better
fucking
than
deal.
what was here before.
It's still
And
not
if
a
I
good
actually
game.
use this to fast travel into
Not
the
fun.
city, you can see we'll pop in here, and then if I go here, pull this open, it actually renders a readable map with objective markers and all sorts of stuff. Like it actually has a map now instead of the weird blue ocean of dots we had before. So props to Bethesda. They added maps to their game like over half a year later, but they still added them, so hooray. And when you go to a random planet surface, let's just go like over here and land in the craters. We'll pop over here, load screen, and then the game's gonna load in, and there we are. You can see, ooh, all sorts of cool stuff. So many points of interest. It's captivating and amazing. I pull up the map, I go to
There's
surface
nothing
map,
to
and you can see
do.
it actually has a real map rendering
nothing
from a
on
bird's
it.
eye view showing you this area. Now, this is great to have. Honestly, I'm surprised.
But
it
the
wasn't
game
here
still
since launch.
sucks.
But I think, like, honestly, I have sort of a conspiracy theory for why this wasn't here, and this is just me making stuff up.
It
to be
needs an
very
enemy
clear.
spawner,
I don't have
and it
any,
would be
like,
a lot
leaks
better.
confirming this or anything. This is just my personal speculation.
Every time I think of Starfield, I think of another fucking step past that, which is Starfield mod enemy spawner. Starfield mods more enemies, right? Like doubled enemy numbers, right? I mean, that would be better. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Oh, damn, I don't want to hear the zombie anymore. It's so annoying.
Even what I see here. These are cool to have in cities. When you look at the game from this perspective, from this map perspective, when you're just freely exploring, I don't think it actually paints the game in a good light. I don't think it actually helps the game. This makes these landing zones appear, I would say, just as empty as they actually are, but it removes much of the mystery or illusion of scope and adventure. Like, this is too revealing, I think, to keep up the idea that this is like a vast...
It needed base building, and it really doesn't have that. I'd rather play, what's it called? No Man's Sky than, you know, what's it called? This game, Starfield, because you can at least build your own base in No Man's Sky. There's a lot to learn in No Man's Sky. There's an actual game there, and they keep trying to make it deeper and stuff, but it also, the combat sucks. And it's not really an enemy spawner type game. The combat isn't there. And so, you know, and I think that Bethesda did have the combat in this one. But then, but they couldn't get the Starfield worlds right. And if they could have gotten the building right and the worlds right, where it spawned, we all thought they were making No Man's Sky, but no, they made a fucking Poor Man's Sky. It's Poor Man's Sky, you know?
Map that you could explore and stumble on interesting things.
Shit, you know, every year or so I try out No Man's Sky again. Maybe I should give it a wing ding again. Give it a whir. You know, I heard there was hardcore mode, which kind of appeals to me, because you can't die. And it, like, you know, and there's like, that's that would make it a little bit more interesting to me, but it still sucks. There's no combat in it. I own No Man's Sky, and it's like 15 gigs. There's a free Omega space station, ship customization, gift rewards, and more, and all new open. Ton of new content. It's credible the new approach getting experience 6 years of updates since launch. Space stations. Until now, these are perhaps the only part of No Man's Sky that wasn't procedurally generated. Engine improvements have allowed us to create vast interior spaces and exterior spaces with improved reflection and metallic surfaces. Outside, space station exteriors are at scale never seen before that are hugely varied. Inside stations have been transformed are now vast, procedurally generated, and incredibly diverse, featuring new shops, gameplay, and activities. Stations are now uniquely customized based on system, race, and locale. Stations also contain perhaps our most requested feature of all time, a ship editor. Allows players to customize their ships, and players can even create never before seen starship types. We haven't introduced ship customizations previously. We're also introducing a new guild system. You can own a freighter and even build up a fleet of frigates in No Man's Sky. Now you can send that frigate fleet on away missions where if they get into trouble as frigate captain, you can perform daring rescues. Scramble your squadron of fighters, warp to battles, and engage your attackers. The orbital update adds ship customization, transform space stations inside and out. The game that's better than No Man's Sky, right? I remember this old YouTube video that kind of intrigued me, and I don't remember. You're not like loading, and it's bothering me. Hurry up! What the fuck's wrong with you? Better than, there was this game supposed to be really good. Spaceborne 2. ESO did a video on Spaceborne 2, and this is the video I want to see. I don't want to hear about how they added a map to fucking Starfield. Now we should bow down and like, you know, like tickle fucking Todd's like, you know, fuzzy nuts or whatever. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not I'm not beholden to Todd anymore. I don't care about what Todd does and all this, you know. It's great, but I mean, it's like, I really don't care. I don't care about Blizz or any of that stuff. I really don't. I'm so sorry. Oh, wait, I have to run a skin for this thing first, though. Skin. Yep, and there's my little view window out to the world, and everything else is blocked. But I mean, I can see out. I love this little base. I've done this base before, and it's like perfect for me. I don't care if it's 2 doors if they take it from me, because I can just go make it again. You know, it doesn't matter. And there's a fridge, cool. And so those things go away. And now,
the corner, and I was looking at the currently available space-themed games, specifically roleplay games, when I came across this gem, Spaceborne 2, like Dragonborn, and it released in early access just a few weeks ago. And these days, what do you think?
Now that's a beautiful thing. It's been decades since.
Fine. So we've got to fly over to this planet next. Yeah. And then press inspect. Oh my god, there's even a and then we can exit. Wait, how do I get up? Okay, stunned me. Okay, we're fine.
Wait.
These corns, man.
So here we go. I want to see this.
Go there, and then you appear there, and then you can fly around the sort of planet's atmosphere.
Really?
You can't sort of transition between space and the planet, if that makes sense. There's like a loading screen between those two things, which is fine. But I kind of like how this game's done.
That's fine.
It's actually really satisfying and really cool that you could just like fly towards the planet, and then you enter through the atmosphere, and you get that sort of effect from it. Here we go.
Yeah, I thought about this game when I first saw it. I was like, I want to buy this game.
Like you're burning through the
This is immediately going on my wish list. Spaceborne 2, because the combat looked okay, actually. Let's see, Spaceborne. Oops, Spaceborne 2. Wait, Spaceborne Survivors. Spaceborne 2. Okay, it's not on Steam, huh? So that's odd. Let's go look for Spaceborne 2. Oh, Spaceborne 2. It has a U in it. Oh, Spaceborne 2, Part 2. Mixed in the last 30 days. So let's see what people say about Spaceborne, as in like Bloodborne. Okay. I don't understand what he meant when he said that. So, okay, in Spaceborne 2, players are offered tens of thousands of diverse solar systems to explore. Each system has a unique structure, featuring different planets with various surfaces and areas to discover. Locations from the solar systems to the planets are procedurally generated, ensuring that each system and planet is unique and has numerous planets to explore. Or points to explore, excuse me. Spaceborne 2 boasts massive planetary surfaces, each with its own structure, climate, and gravity, as well as cities, villages, caves, outposts, and secrets to interact with tens of thousands of different planets available. Ship and pilot, everything needs a hero, conquer the galaxy, your own will, complete control, offers a rich diplomacy system. You're not alone you have companions who can assist you in combat and lead your team. Players can assign team members to different roles on board based on their skills, guilds, and side missions, and a living, even at your fingertips, right? And it's only $20, which isn't bad. But it's early access, but it's got a mixed rating, recent rating, but usually it's a very positive rating. Let's see what people say. I want to preface this with a couple things. I know it's a small team or just one guy. I know it's early access. That being said, I want to recommend this game, but as is in its currently state, I can't. None of the issues make it unplayable. In fact, I've really enjoyed my time with the game so far, but there's a couple things that create huge roadblocks. The gameplay is good. There's a lot of genres in here. They're all meshed together incredibly well, even if this was a big studio development. I'm impressed with all of this. Otherwise, the 3 different character levels, the skills, wish there were more options, but that's what's here is fine. The equipment, both for the ships and the character, all excellent. The ship combat is really where this game shines, especially the bigger space battles, so much so that I almost wish the soldier combat played a much smaller role in the game. The faction system also well done, well thought out, and feels central to the rest of the systems without overshadowing them. Now for the negatives. The jank, not that it's unexpected from such a small team, and considering the scope of the game, there's really very little. The problem is that what does exist is really bad. What I've noticed so far, ground combat enemies either have incredible aim or they're shooting at ghosts, not you. This would be fine if it was anything resembling a cover system, but all you can really do is put objects between you and their bullets. This would be fine, except you're always drastically outnumbered, and despite having a crew on your ship and an entire faction at your beck and call, you can only fight solo. The enemy ships will do some very weird things. The enemy ships will also fly in weird formations. I love the amount of gear you can equip between your character and ship, and I love the number of types of weapons, but there's a couple problems with this system. First, everything is level locked, and you can get soldier equipment for space combat. Second, there's too much gear to keep up with. You'll find tons of gear from fighting enemies, both space and ground combat, but it's random. You can buy gear easily enough as well, but it's also random. I'm just gonna pop back and check my various games here and start another cycle of crafting and all this. Yeah, nice. I got nice high qual roof and floor. And yeah, $20 is a good deal for a game like this, but I mean, I don't need another No Man's Sky necessarily. What I'm looking for is the base building, kind of.
It heats
It
up
looks
and
like a real game, which is cool.
And oh my god, we got a storm on the surface.
Wow.
This is insane.
Something wrong. Check Coron's lab.
Dude, look at this place. I know it's procedurally generated. It looks pretty decent. And there is a thunderstorm. It's cool how you only get the weather effect when you get close. Right, let's come closer to this location. I could put on my ship's cloaking, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to go ahead and land here.
Wow, the landing gear thing is
And then
sweet.
we're going to go ahead and then we can exit. Now this planet has a gravity, and as you can see, it's pretty empty. Like, there's no reason to really land anywhere but the deliberately created locations. But I'm glad they exist, and you know, you can fly around the planet. It gives me an idea.
And see, that's my problem. I guess I'm demanding, but I want an enemy spawner, and that's the problem. I'm finding now that all this is great, but unless I can get lost in the combat forever, in the background, the game isn't that good to me. And that was my issue with No Man's Sky. That's my issue with, like, you know, that game, looking at that game. I want that game, but then I immediately saw it. I was like, yeah, I don't think this is it, because what I want is a base building thing where you land on a planet, you build up like a cool space base, kind of like Star Wars, and then you fly around on your fucking, like, remember Phantom Menace when they're flying around on that cool silver ship? You fly around on a cool silver ship to other planets and stuff, and you land there, and then you waste, like, you know, gangsters and take their shit and just fly away from the planet, because who cares? And like, or whatever, or like, go, you know, or whatever. Like, I think there could be such good games out there, but they don't exist. The games that could be good aren't out there. Rust is close, but it doesn't have digging, and it doesn't have, I mean, it has flight, but it doesn't really have like good, like I want like interstellar Rust. You know, they're making Immortal Exodus, which kind of intrigues me a little bit. I wonder how that's gonna go.
POI over here, which doesn't have an objective marker, so there's probably...
Yeah, like, I don't care about the Starfield thing. I'm gonna switch videos here, but yeah. I mean, let's follow it through and watch him do the game.
Right now, I really have no idea. I'm gonna get my pistol out here.
I knew it. These are Corrin's men, and I'm sure they know you're here. Don't stand a chance against the mercenaries of Corrin's with that equipment of yours.
What do you mean,
need
mate?
better equipment. I know where Corrin hides his stash. Let me show you.
Okay, it's right next door. That's very convenient for us as a new weapon. Can I equip this new weapon?
I've seen drop ships approaching your area. Get ready.
Okay, we're already getting attacked. Oh my god.
It looks like a very deep game.
One down. Get wrecked, son. He's just running at me. Oh, hello there. Jesus. Oh my god.
One shot.
Just one hit killed me. Wait, how do I get up? Okay, stunned me. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Get wrecked. The AI seemed to be a bit confused about running inside to take cover. Don't really know why that is.
Corrin is not here. I'm sure they took him down to the cave. I know I'm asking so much, but would you go to the cave by elevator and check it out?
I'll think about it. I think I just unlocked level 2 though, so hopefully we can put on this armor. Yes, oh my days, that armor looks sick. And we also got a new weapon as well. Okay, so we've got to go into the caves. Tactical space battles. But here are my thoughts so far. And bear in mind, this game is not only in early access, but it's made by a single guy. And while this should be definitely something we commend, as nothing short of a miracle that he could make a game this complete that only crashed once in 2 hours of gameplay, it should also be noted that this isn't a AAA game. It's janky in places. It's very rough around the edges, with the AI voices, placeholder NPCs, and so on. And while it does include all of the mechanics we ever wanted in a space game, from what I see in other reviews as well, many of these systems are still quite a surface level experience. Yes, you can do everything you'd ever wanted to do, but it doesn't deliver on the depth yet. What this game really needs is a massive budget and a team behind it to take this singular, passionate man's vision to the moon. Because the foundations of everything are here. They just need to be fine.
See, build. Okay, what I'm looking for is building, which is why I'm playing Rust and EvE and FFXI, because like FFXI won't let you build, but it's still like kind of like such a slow game that you can play it your whole life. It's just this long grind that goes on forever. It just, you know, never really ends. And the same is true of EVE Online. You can build a POS in EVE Online if you want, but I mean, yeah. And I have a POS. I own one, but I haven't set it up or anything like that because you have to like get permission from the corp, and it's kind of weird. But I love those games. But what I'm looking for is a combat game that's like kind of like Rust, visceral with guns, or maybe medieval with spells and combat, preferably, where I build and then I'm fighting nearby, and your base is the whole world around you. Like, I want a game with a sensibility like Rust, but with the PvE grind of like Fallout 76. 76 is almost the closest we've ever got to it. But I mean, yeah, and then 76 was close. 76 was close, but it also, like, the combat wasn't too good. I mean, it was good. It was good, but not the gunplay. The gunplay wasn't that good. It was kind of bad. The hitboxes and the register, like, it doesn't feel crispy like this game does, and it's just kind of interesting. And yeah, and it's hard to say. Like, the game that I want doesn't really exist. I think of builders, and I think of like, okay, like Mortal's cool. But then, like, you build a house out there, and yeah, you keep training and you get better and stuff. But there's no mobs to kill. There's like not really any mobs to kill in Mortal. That's the problem. And I'm like, God damn it, I'm so bored in the game. There's nothing to kill. I'm like a combat guy now. And I want to be out on the fringe. Like, they kind of promised that Enshrouded would be like that. Enshrouded was not conquering the fog with a bunch of people in a fucking server. It was not what they promised at all. It was not even fucking close. But I was like, oh, that could be cool. PAX Day was just like a New World clone with like a builder in it. And I was like, I don't know. I don't think the combat's there. And I'm like, I don't think this is it. I don't think PAX Day is it. I don't think they made it like what I wanted to be. They said it was going to be like nullsec, and there was going to be this like dark area where all these like mobs would spawn and all this. But I don't think their AI is caught up yet. You know, I don't think their AI is caught up to where they can do that. Where they can have like a big like enshrouded fog that, you know, that just, you know, you and 30 other people are there like Fallout 76, but you know, like 76 was so close. I want a good 76. I thought it might be Once Human, but I don't think so. And it sucks, and so I go looking for that sort of experience somewhere else. You know, I'm like, where can I get a builder? You know, I thought about Scum. Maybe I should just play single player Scum. I used to think that Scum's value was only good as a multiplayer game, but now as a single player game, I'm wondering maybe if Scum might be really fucking good. But I don't know. Oh shit! Yep, that's no good. Oh, ouchies. Like, I like PSO2 because it feels like you're going down to the planet and you're like, you know, you're there and you're ready to fight and stuff, and like I want to like spelunk into worlds, and I want to build a base there like this. And like, I like hardcore zombies, but there's not enough mobs, and they're not varied enough. And I don't know, like, damn it, like, it's hard to get what I'm looking for. I can't find it. I keep looking and looking. All these games are good. They're like good enough, but I mean, they're not good enough. I mean, they're not good enough totally, not really. You are so annoying. Shut up. I don't want to go down yet. I don't know. I want to hear the rest of his impressions. Here, let's see.
What we would then have here is everybody's dream space game. Let me know in the comments if you think that's a fair statement. But right now, the biggest hurdle to me personally was the UI. It was very unclear for me to navigate some of the menus initially, and it took me a while to figure out how to do some of the most basic things, like changing my ship guns and selecting the A/B firing options was quite confusing. Using the
See, the building's not there. The building is not there, and that's the problem. The building's not there in this game, and that's what I came looking for. I'm like, okay, it's got the rudimentary combat systems that would be okay if it meant like an XP system that went forever, but no, what I'm looking for doesn't exist. It's like the PSO2 Diablo Fallout 76 like grinder mixed with a base builder. And sometimes I think like some games kind of come close to it. Like they're like, but you know, like with their player housing, like New World kind of came close to it, sort of. But then, like, you know, and you look at New World and you're like, I like New World and it could go on forever. I could train it forever. I could just run New World forever, no problem. But like the housing wasn't good enough, and the land isn't hard enough. It's far too easy of a game, and it's weird because New World comes across as hard sometimes, but it's too easy of a game, and it doesn't have enough stakes to it, and it sucks. I wish they had stuck to their original vision. They let the damn WoW casuals talk them out of it, and they shouldn't have. Oh, gathering terminal. I don't want the gathering terminal. I want the ranger. But see, so then I end up doing stuff like playing 4 games at once. Like right now, I have Rust running. Ooh, it's gonna be a nice sunset. Look at that beautiful sunset through the window. It's just beautiful. I like Rust. See, like there's this feeling like I'm living here at this base. And I go out and I do survival chores and stuff. And I this is the best survival experience I've ever had by far. It has this beautiful sun setting, and I can run down to that water and I can fish in it. I've done it today. I thought about it several times. I'm like, I love this game because I can run down to the water and fish there if I want to. And zombies will come and I will kill them and I will get XP. If I chop the trees, I get XP. If I chop the wood or the stone or any of that stuff, I get the XP. Like, you know, I like that. And like I keep looking for it somewhere else, and I keep trying to find it in places like Skyrim. And you can't really build a base in Skyrim. Like PAX Day wasn't it. It wasn't really it, you know. And it doesn't have the combat I'm looking for. And I keep thinking like maybe maybe I can find it somewhere weird, like Worm Online maybe. Or maybe I can, you know, and EVE Online is it to a degree, but the amount of time that it takes to play EVE forces it to be your main game. So I don't really want to do that. Like some days I don't look, the cluster shutdowns in 5 minutes, and then I'm going to go ice mining and stuff. And I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back. Like Vintage Story is so fucking good, but the combat is so rudimentary and bad, and I wish they would fix that somehow, because like god damn it, like Vintage Story is exactly what I'm looking for. You can build forever because it's Minecraft, but all the mobs suck to fight. And you can't really get better, and there's not like new guns or anything. There's not like new melee blades or anything like WoW with swords and shields or spells or staves, you know, casters wands or anything like that. There's nothing really like good like that. It's mostly just like skelly dudes from the dark attack you again, and you keep stabbing them with a spear or shooting them with a bow, and it's Minecraft. And the problem with Minecraft is the combat's so rudimentary that I can't fucking stand it. And so, you know, that was a problem, you know, for me. Now I got to come back here on EVE Online in 20 minutes, and we're going to do a very concerted ice mining op. And then it's Monday, and I get to go to bed in like 2 or 3 hours. It feels good. Yeah. I Yeah, I'm going down to the surface now because yes, it is Rust. Yeah, Rust. It went to be like nighttime, and so I keep thinking like God damn it! I wish you could. I wish you could port a bunch of mobs in from some other game or something like that. I wish there was enemy sets from certain games. Like the enemy sets, or well, I don't know. Like I don't know how. I don't know what you could do, but you could like you could try like I thought there's some really good worlds out there, but they don't ever connect the combat at the same time as good builders. Like Rust is the only one that I can think of, and the problem is Rust doesn't have enough mob variation or enough mobs or enough things to fight or reasons to do it, and they leaned far too like kind of like tax shooter, and I wish they had leaned more like the original one that they wanted to do, which was Dust. It was called Dust, and it was supposed to be yeah, was it Dust? I think, or no, Tome. I think it was called Tome or something like that. I forget the name of it. Rust was supposed to be a medieval game with goblins and ghouls and zombies and stuff, and I want that. Like and the closest I could get to it was this game where he threw a bunch of hardcore zombies that actually feel good, and they travel good, and they've got variation, and it feels good enough barely. But I wish I had mob variation like I have in the PSO2 or the Final Fantasy 11. There's so many different mobs in Final Fantasy 11 and stuff, and so I'm like, give me a builder. New World didn't have a good enough builder. That's the problem with New World. They should have let you build out in the world somewhere. It would have maybe passed the past the T, or past the bar. New World might have passed the bar if they had maybe a build out in the world thing where all that wood chopping and all that stuff was actually worth something. Because like otherwise you just like take it to the market and you make some other fucking crafter richer. And I'm like, no, like in Rust, if I chop wood, it's so that my furnaces can eat and provide metal, and I can make a framework for a house, or I can burn it in my barbecue to cook meat, or I can use it as upkeep for a wooden house or that kind of thing, and like make sure that I'm always patching it and it's good. And like that, I go looking for that somewhere else. It's not there. I can't think of it anywhere else. There's a couple of other games that are kind of like that. Like I would say Stardew Valley slightly has that, but the combat's fucking like really not like the combat. I'm sure it's good for a 2D thing, but I want a 3D game with 3D combat. And so we hear about Once Human, that might be good, but I don't think it's going to be as good of a builder as this one was. I get so scared they're not going to make any more good games, and they don't know how anymore. 76 was so close, but you can't make it fast enough, and you can't make it hard enough, and you can't make the stakes like important enough. I feel like there's a really, really genuinely good game in 76 somewhere, but they just didn't get the loop of like, okay, protect your house for a couple of hours, and yeah, zombies are gonna come, and in order to build the house, you've got to go out and get wood from all over the world, and you better get out there and get farming and stuff, and all this, and it didn't have it. It didn't really have that core gameplay loop of like builder mixed with combat, because the combat was good, but the building sucked. And it wasn't really like the core gameplay loop wasn't there like Rust, where I died of starvation, I guess. Oh yeah, I died of starvation. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. And so now I'm like, okay, like EVE Online is so close, but I mean, I don't know. I could go out to nullsec, but I mean I don't know, like I want to build a POS out in nullsec, and I want to own it, and I want to do like mining and stuff out there, but I want enough people out there that I don't have to worry about security. They all do that, and they want to do that. Oh shit, fuck me, that was not what I wanted to do. He scared me. I couldn't hear him coming, so I didn't know he was there. It's so annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna succumb to a mysterious pathogen. That's okay. That's alright. We will pick this stuff up off the ground. And put it away. And then... I know it sounds weird with the volume off, but I mean, like... The fucking zombie's been trapped inside the wall forever. And it sucks. It sucks so bad. Alright, die. Die, or whatever. Yep. No. Suicide. Bed. It is 6:50 a.m. 6:50 a.m. I run right into him if I go this way. Yep, see? I knew it. And see, this is fun. The Scarecrow's fun. I think they could do all kinds of stuff like this with a medieval game. Please don't let me get bit again. I couldn't move for a second there. There needs to be head look, and like Mortal is so close. It's so close, but I found out that there's like maybe 10 mobs in the game. And that's just not good enough for me. I need a whole world with a whole fucking horizon filled with monsters to slay, and to bring back gold and silver and stuff my coffers and my boxes with and all this. I could give a flying fuck about killing some other dude and taking his home. I mean, yeah, maybe up in, like, you know, maybe if you know, maybe if it's like honorable and we decide a time, you know, or something. But I mean, I don't know. Like these days, like the PvP is like honorless, and I can't get the PvE grind. And so every time I think like, oh, Starfield could be really good if we got an enemy spawner. And then I think, oh, well, but then the survival loop isn't there where killing all the enemies feels good enough, like Far Cry, or like Fallout 76, excuse me. Like Fallout 76. And it's just not there. The game isn't good enough. Like, you know, oh, I better go kill him. Redeem. What time is it? It is 4:06. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to go to the ice mining op. Lots and lots of mithril sheets. I'm almost out of my I'm almost done with ingots. Let's kill him. They took my only weapon. I must now make a... Well, I don't need to worry, really. It's fine. They went like the gun route. I wish they had like gone like the whole like shebang. Like I wish they had gone the Gary's Mod route, where they were like, Rust is where it starts, but you could take it to sci-fi. You could build this where you take a spaceship off instead of you know, you build here for 3 weeks, and at the end of it you have a spaceship and you fly off to another planet. If somebody bugs you on this Rust Island, you just fly off to another Rust Island. And there's all this cool stuff that they could do, but they don't. They limited to a very specific like skill set, very specific game set, very specific rule set, too specific, you know. And so I look for like, how can we make a base builder good, like Vintage Story, where I can dig downwards like Minecraft and build a huge mountain cave like fucking the Mines of Moria or something like that. But then I can also like, you know, go out on the world and see like, you know, there's like seasons and summer and it's hot and there's like all these like summer like critters out and wolves and dogs and, you know, and all kinds of like crazy like bugs and stuff and lizards and everything's happy and there's lots of water and life everywhere. And like you go out and you just thrive off this stuff and you keep building your base better and better and they keep trying to get in every time you come home and it's like an extraction shooter, but the combat's always sucks. They do these great builders like Minecraft, or I think Vintage Story is better than Minecraft. They're like just hands down fucking better. I think it's better. But then they get the building right, but the combat bad. They did the combat wrong, and that sucks. That sucks. It sucks so bad. Like I wish they could get a builder and the combat together at the same. Like Rust has good building and good combat, so it is like in my top 3, top 5. But you know, but it doesn't have the PvE combat. Not really. It only really has PvP combat and some killing of dogs and wolves and pigs and stuff like that. It's not really like Fallout 76 levels of PvE, and I ache for it. I ache for Rust to have Fallout 76 combat, and I ache for 76 to have Rust's like deep survival system and its building, and they don't make a game like that, I don't think. And like, you know, and zombies are close if they give you enough variation that you have to think a certain way or do a certain thing, but it's not really. It's and I think once human might be really along, like you can tell once humans saw the same hole that I see and they want to fill it, and I don't really blame them, you know. There, 220 scrap. I didn't get any high qual, which kind of sucks, and like I kind of need high qual, like sort of. I need how much is it for workbench 2? Is it like 20 high qual? Yeah, it's 20 high qual, and I don't have that much. I'll have to farm tomorrow. I don't have enough to buy that, but that's alright. Done a lot of work here. There's so much stuff here. There's some room. Okay, gun should go in the drawer with the ammo. And I will eat a burger. I was like, if I starve, I'll make my food. I will get some water. I wonder how the battery's doing. I'm going to check the battery. 327. It's not doing too well. It's not getting the sunlight that it needs. Mayhap I should move the... Oh, while I'm at it, I want to make a couple of compound bows. Or whatever, 4. 4 is fine. Whatever I make 4. And then give me the HV. And Russ has good PvP. None of the rest of them do. I have definitely gone to weekly servers lately and just used the side of a road like I'm a fucking antlion and just waited for people to walk by the front of my crappy base and just jump them with a bow and kill, and I love that kind of PvP. We used to have that in WoW a lot. Where you would do creative jumps and you would jump people and do creative things and stuff like that. We don't have stuff like that anymore. It sucks, you know. The solar panel's on the wrong side of my base, and I've got to go fix it, I think. I'll need wood for that, like right here, and I'm gonna get a hammer. Yeah, like make a hammer. Yeah, like if I wanted sunlight to hit the solar panel, I guess I could extend out. There's nothing really stopping me. Yeah, that hits. All right. The game needs to be permanent. Rust resets all the time. I want procedural world, but permanent gain, like 76. There's all these things that don't meet. I keep trying to turn 76 into Rust somehow by making the mobs too hard or too bullet spongy or something or whatever. But it doesn't matter. The combat's good, but the survival's never as good enough as it is Rust, and it just isn't satisfying. And they don't make the game that I want, so I just try to fill the boxes with EvE and FFXI and Rust until they combine those three things, you know? There, and that should do a little better now, hopefully. I don't want to take this this suit. I'll take that, and that's it. I keep thinking, did I miss a game? Is it Scum? No, because Scum doesn't have enough mob variety or enough, like, you know, enough RPG combat where you're always growing just by doing combat endlessly. 76 is so close. It's even got the builder, but the mobs aren't good enough, and it like it comes close when it's got like proximity enemies spawning on you all the time, but they don't leave you alone. So then you have to run into the silo all the time, and it's good, but it doesn't really tick my survival fever. I've got this like heroin-like addiction to Rust's procedural, like hardcore generation, where the world never seems the same, and you can carve your own little like quadrant out of it and turn it into yours, and you can do whatever you want with it. If I wanted to, I could build really, really big if I wanted to, but I don't know. It's like I would have to commit to the work, and I don't want to. I want to go kill mobs in a world like this, but I don't think they make a game like that. I keep hunting and hunting, not because I don't have games to play, but because I'm scared I missed it or something. And I don't know. I'm scared it might be games like Starbound might be kind of close for that. But Starbound is 2D. I don't like 2D. Like endless world that just keeps going towards your growth, you know? Skyrim didn't have like a building thing, or it would have been so good. And if you could use the mods to just populate the world, Skyrim would have actually been it. If you could actually like, you know, I mean, you can kind of, I mean, you can like take over anywhere you want in Skyrim. Like, New Vegas is kind of like that. Modded New Vegas is sort of like that a little bit. Oh, I can't. Something's going on with my controls a little bit. I think it's the PSO2. You know, I don't believe I want to play this anymore. I don't know. We'll go loot the milk crate, and then I'll do a run. I'll beat a level. See, PSO2 is good, but it doesn't hit the survival, like, difficulty itch. Like, every game's got some terrible flaw that it's missing fundamentally from the overall package that I desire. And I just talk about it surreally, like, how do I find what I'm looking for? Something that'll let me build like this, but not, you know, and carve my place into the world, but where the combat doesn't suck, you know, and the mobs are very, very varied. Like for instance, in Vintage Story, I would just live in Vintage Story permanently, but there's one mob in all of Vintage Story. I mean, there's like there's animals, and then there's a mob, and the mob's kind of like the zombies in Hardcore Zombies. After a while, you get really sick of these zombies, and you kind of crave combat like PSO2 is giving me. And I don't know how to get both of those places in the same place at the same time. It's like you want your cake and you want to eat it too. And you almost want to go live in some inferior world. Like Worm Online is a really good builder. EVE Online is not really a builder. It's more like you buy a station. And that's cool in and of its own right, because you live out in that universe in your own station that you own, and you've got to protect it or whatever. How many arrows is this motherfucker gonna take? See, the combat there felt really visceral, really realist, really good. I felt like my dinner was actually running away because it was, you know? And I'm like really trying to hit the shot because I want the deer meat, you know? I want it. I want the fur. I want the fuel. I don't really want the bone, but if there was something I could use the bone for, I would want it, you know? Like, in the combat and the butchering of the deer is visceral and it feels good. And, like, I thought maybe No Man's Sky might have it, and it does have base building, but the combat sucks. And so I'm like, okay, well, can you fill the planet with enemies? and improve the mob spawner and give me like a Starfield or Bethesda or like a a Blizzard, or this game has a really good the RPG system on this server is really good. It rewards you for everything that you do. And you can't find all of it in the same place at the same time. This is the closest that I've found, I think, is Russ Hardcore Zombies, where you can still get a really solid builder and feel like you're living in the world, and you care about what time of day it is and the sunsets and what time of day and all this other stuff, and like that stuff matters to you. But then the zombies get boring. There's not enough mobs. I want a fencing like combat that feels really visceral and real, kind of like that Mortal combat. Mortal had really good combat, but it doesn't have enough mobs and it's too slow. I want this kind of responsiveness, but 76's combat. I don't know. It's just hard. It's hard to find what I'm looking for. I don't believe it exists. And so I signed up for Once Human, and I hope for a beta, or just wait for the game to release, because I'm like, oh god, I think Once Human might be the closest game I've seen to what I'm looking for. Where I don't know, all the time you can go out and do PvP, PvE combat that feels like Phantasy Star Online 2 or New World. But the world feels like Rust, where you're out there and you could get killed or robbed, and you could build a base across from the gas station, but then there might be other people who might move into the gas station too, and you can shoot those zombies, but that might alert the guy that you're here, and all this, and missed his ass. Oh, damn it. Scrap on the ground. Wow. Phantasy Star is messing with my controls, and I'm going to log it now. It was nice. I got some XP. It doesn't matter even if I finish the level or not. I'm still getting XP when I work on it. But we're going to exit the game now because it is kind of messing with my controls rather badly. Yep. Give me my controls back, damn it. Yeah, you're messing with me pretty bad there. Stop. Yep. Damn it, I was hoping it would be an electrical branch. But no. See? Combat feels visceral and real. Feels like there's a real mob out there that might present a real bad problem. Might fuck you and cause you to lose all this loot, and so you're super careful, and you're watching your corners and stuff, and it's got this realism to it. Visceral realism that isn't really there. Oh shit, so the horror broke and suddenly you realize that I have 25 mobs, but they're all 10 feet away. And it's good, but I mean, after a while the zombies get boring. It's the same old wave. They're not very smart. They're not doing any power moves. They're trying to shoot at you or anything like that. And so I want all of this, but instead of mindless thugs that are just walking at me like this, I want dragons and goblins and all the races of Lord of the Rings. And I want the orc village, and I want the orc village to feel like Morrowind or Skyrim, where if you do something fucked up, it feels like racist, and that the whole orc town hates you now because you were racist in their town hall or something like that. And I want that kind of visceral realism, where say if you invoke your god but they don't like that god, you're chased out of town, that kind of stuff. Ooh, look, there's 305 cloth here. Whoever was here left a lot of stuff in it and just didn't come back, which makes no sense. But I mean, I'll take the cloth. I'm not complaining. $140 scrap. I've seen designs like that before. Why is there a crossbow on the fucking ground? No, I don't need an electrical branch. I need, root combiner. I can't remember if I had these or not. I do. I'll take the high qual. And I want to live in the world like this. Like, I feel like I'm living in this zombie server for a month. And every month my fucking work is erased, which drives me crazy. Though I like the procedural generation of Rust, and I like the feeling that I have to continually grow all the time. And that it might be taken away from me every month. And that's okay. That doesn't really bother me that much. But I wish I could do it permanently. And show the world that my endless growth is stronger than all of their shit combined or something like that. Like, my endless growth is stronger than any enemy that I would come across. I want a game that honors it. I could do an outpost run. There's not... I mean, I have a lot of cloth. Like a lot of cloth for the zombie server. I'm going to go... Like, I have his cloth. I'm going to take it. He left it here. He busted down, like... 2 stacks of sewing kits or something, and he left it in the recycler, and now I'm taking it. I best leave before he gets it back from me somehow. Haven't even pulled any bear rugs over here, but I finally got a carpet. And so I looked into, you know, I had a guy come into my channel who gave me a follow and a sub. He runs the Medieval Rustineers, which is like a medieval Rust server. You could tell I'm not the only one who's thinking this. We're all desperate for something like that. You know, goblins and ghouls and archers and swordsmen and stuff and shields and shit like that. But the builder of a Rust, right? Where you can just like live in the world and go out and, you know, kill a bunch of mobs and get their loot and bring it back to your base. And on the way back, I want Extraction RPG. They haven't really made that. I want Extraction RPG. The Dark and Darker was not it. That was not it. I'm talking about, like, I'm not talking about Dark and Darker. Dark and Darker is a fucking arcade game compared to what I am talking about. Got him. And see, that was tense and it was visceral and it was real. I want that in the RPG combat, and I want the combat to be good like Overwatch, where you can have a healer and it's like Overwatch, and it feels like Overwatch, where you're like up there in the arena and you feel like without the heals you are gonna die and you need them to be with you and you care a lot, you know, all like Dark and Dark or whatever, but not without the builder. I want the builder and the living in the world, and it's not there. This is it. This is the closest I've got to it. EVE Online is the second closest I've got to it. And then FFXI is the closest I've got to it with no builder. You know, the FFXI is the endless combat loop that's got all those people on that Horizon server addicted. I want that mixed with RPG like EVE Online. EVE Online is the closest thing to it. But you can't build in EVE Online and live in it like Rust, where you can run around the base and, you know, and like build bigger and see the growth like translate right in front of you to like boxes full of loots and stuff like this. You can't see it in any other game I can't think of. And like, so now Rust is like almost the only game I can stand, because it's the only game giving me the goddamn gameplay loop I want. And Rust is not even that good, you know? Like, it's tax shooter. I want an RPG. I want serious face Dungeons and Dragons RPG like Dark and Darker, but without like but with an actual like creep system that's super deep and very varied, like Fallout 76, and it needs to be like that. It needs to be big. Somebody in the AAA with a lot of like Final Fantasy needs to make like a realist like RPG survival game. I'm sorry, Squaresoft needs to make a realist RPG survival game where but based off the Final Fantasy system, where like all the mobs that they have are there, but you're living in, like, imagine if they took the world of Final Fantasy 9 and there was like a pit of mist all the time, and you had to go in there like Zidane, and there was all kinds of Final Fantasy mobs in there, and the higher you go and the deeper into it that you went, the more Moroboros there were, and like terrible fucking things, and eventually you're starting to see Espers and shit like that, and Eidolons, and like in there, and you're like, what the fuck? It's kind of like Final Fantasy 15 was kind of close. Final Fantasy 15 was close to it, but I want 15 with a builder. And so they were like, here's a camp, right? They were like, you can see what they were trying to do with Final Fantasy 15. 15 was very close to what I'm talking about, actually. 15 was so close to it, but the combat sucked. It wasn't visceral and hard enough. It, you know, I like Final Fantasy 15, actually. It's a great game, but I mean, you know, it just didn't have the builder. It had a campfire. A campfire is not good enough. I want this Rust base, you know, where eventually I just take on room and board and roommates, because they see that I'm just grinding the RPG all day, and I'm rich, and my coffers are secure, and my boxes are full, and all this, and like, and all that, and I don't really want to be social with them. I just want to grind the RPG with them like all day. And so I'm looking for some game where you can build like Minecraft or Rust with the combat of 76 or PSO or EVE Online. And EVE Online's close, and I know I'm just repeating myself, but yeah. Anyways, here's the video. This is Lada Bilada. Thank you so much for the extra content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. Oh, the stuns. I hate the stuns in 76. I will get DMCA'd, I think. Oh no, yeah, she's like, yeah, thank you. It's locked, moron. Yeah.
The Fallout franchise has recently received a massive bump in popularity following the new show on Prime.
See, like it's weird because old games like Skyrim and like even Fallout 4 kind of come close to it. Fallout 4 is close to it because you do have the builder. But you don't have good building, really. You can't build into the sky. You can't, like, you know, it's the builder in 4 is really not too good. It's pretty rudimentary. After playing Rust, I know better, and I'm like, damn it, man. Like, I wish 4 and 76 were good. Wait, did you DC me? Oh no, yeah, the server probably reset, huh? Oh yeah, probably the server reset. Yeah, I think it probably did. Yeah. That's okay. No response. Oh, maybe I DC'd, actually. Let's see. No, I didn't DC. I don't know what that was, but yeah. I probably DC'd for a second, yeah. Trying to serve. So Spaceborne 2. I went looking at Spaceborne 2 because I was like, if the planets are full of mobs and monsters, and you can build a base, and you can do all that space battle stuff and fly off of the surface. And I thought the same with No Man's Sky. And No Man's Sky does have a base, but the combat in No Man's Sky is not too good. Let's look at the combat in No Man's Sky in 2024, and just see what it looks like. You know, combat in No Man's Sky, right? No Man's Sky combat 2024. I don't have the time to go look myself. Yeah, for new players in 2023. Yeah, like
the tool weapons, in my opinion, are the pole splitter and the scatter blaster. The pole splitter is basically a submachine gun, and the scatter blaster is basically a shotgun. These are both very effective for taking on sentinels, and you're going to be destroying enemies very quickly if you have these weapons with some S-class mods attached to them. Now make sure when you're adding your upgrades, to your weapon that you're putting them next to each other, because that'll give you a bonus. And make sure you're using those supercharged slots so you're getting even more of a boost to your damage. And the best tip that I can give you for fighting sentinels is to make sure that you take out the healers first. Whether you're fighting the corrupted sentinels or the regular sentinels, there's usually going to be healers in the group, and you're going to
See, this might be it. So what I'm interested in here is hardcore in No Man's Sky against these sentinels, and I don't know what that is, what like fighting sentinels, so let's go see what that is. But and this would qualify because I've done the building in No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky has the depth if it's hardcore and the sentinels are hard. And so and maybe that's it. Let's go see No Man's Sky. Let's look at all this stuff, right? No Man's Sky hardcore, because that combat looks acceptable to me. It actually does. Look, it looks okay.
As I said before,
it doesn't look amazing, but there's damage numbers. I mean, it
effective.
looks okay actually.
Range, but I do prefer the pulse spitter because it does have a little better range.
Yeah, and so I thought so No Man's Sky is like so this is down, but now I think EvE is up. Yeah, what time is it now? It's oh my god, 40 minutes went by and I missed the ISOP. Son of a bitch. Time flies when I'm having fun. I'm gonna go, what time is it now? It's 4:40. Yeah, 4:40, damn it. Let's install No Man's Sky, but how big is it? It's 15 gigs. That's so small. Put it on C. Yeah, put it on C for now and install it. It will give No Man's Sky a new whirl from a new player perspective, essentially, again. And I want to do hardcore, and so now we're going to look at that, like impossible. Starting the Iron Man challenge, No Man's Sky, hardest difficulty. Losing all my permadeath progress in 3 seconds. After I was game streaming most of my progress online, I died in the dumbest way possible. I spent 100 days in No Man's Sky, and here's what happened. Extreme difficulty, fresh save stream, day 1, interceptor stream, No Man's Sky interceptor stream. So this might have some information of what I'm looking for. Extreme difficulty, fresh save, right? So let's see.
Stuff, ready to go.
Oh, thank you so much, by the way, for the excellent content for my stream. Jason Plays, I've liked this up to your channel. Wow, he's doing well in the No Man's Sky space.
Rate of fire. If you're gonna want to have the best multi-tool,
thank you, Torius. I've liked and sub to your channel.
For damage, you're gonna want to get the new Sentinel multi-tools that came out in the Interceptor update. Now I have a full guide on the new Interceptor update, which shows you how to get these multi-tools, and I will link that at the end of this video. Now let's get into the ship combat. The 2 ship types that I recommend the most for ship combat is either the fighter or the new Interceptor. These are maneuverable ships with some very good damage. My favorite ship weapons are the Infraknife and the Positron Ejector. The Infraknife is a high rate of fire minigun, and the Positron Ejector is a close range shotgun weapon. Again, the same as your multi-tool.
Okay, extreme difficulty, fresh stream, right? And so, but I wonder.
So give us a lot of ferrite dust. However, we need to keep going. We need to get some. Carbon. We need to get a whole bunch of basic building materials. So let's do that real quick. Hello, David Moore. How are you doing? Thank you for hanging out.
So.
Kino says, how fast can you make 1 billion in a new save with a dupe glitch? Oh, dude, you could do it so quickly. All you have to do is find a really, really insanely high-priced item. Like go to some ruins, get any kind of object, anything you dig up. Like once you get your terrain manipulator, dig up some ruins, whatever it is, and just duplicate it 1,000,000 times. Or if you find a planet with bones on them, you get 1 bone for $1 million. You get a yellow bone, a super legendary bone, and then duplicate it like 50 times, and you can just go crazy with it. So you could get it real fast. You could get tons and tons with it. I know. I'm about to make some freaking batteries.
So this extreme difficulty for about trying the hardest difficulty. No Man's Sky, everything known to No Man's Sky Survivor. These are the rarest things you can find or see. No Man's Sky is unrecognizable. Now I remember was it hardcore? Oh, his 2-year-old Minecraft hardcore world. No Man's Sky Interceptor playthrough. No Man's Sky speedrun. Galaxy Center permadeath. Oh yeah, is it permadeath? I guess it's permadeath is what they called it. Permadeath mode, right? Permadeath mode. Yeah. So, thank you, Chilluminati, for the excellent content for stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
With No Man's Sky having a bajillion updates since the last time I've played, and with it coming out on Switch, at the time this video is probably live, if it's already out there, I figured what better time to jump back into No Man's Sky and see what it offers. Last time I played was a couple years ago and it barely got anywhere, so I said, you know, let's just do this. Is it fun? Is it a mindless grind game? Is it enjoyable in any way? Well, let's find out, and let's do it in permadeath mode. All right, and here we are. All right, yeah, I'm vaguely remembering this. They won't talk as much. Like, will this actually let me stay cool if I go in here? Oh my god, they actually do. You would think that the caves might be like cooking. Ow, 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 ow! The hell, man? Oh, ow! I'm gonna die, huh?
I'm in danger.
What is this? I got vortex cubes? Okay. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I have no way of healing myself until I get some O2. O2! O2! Yes! Yes! Holy crap. I barely lived. Oh my good god, bro. Excellent. Alright, well, we need to plot a route now.
So there's a permadeath mode confirmed. Next would be Sentinels. Sentinel guide, right? Sentinels guide, right? So
I bet when you guys write a comment, you probably think the video creator never sees it, or
thank you, Whiskey Barrel Gaming. I'd like to sub to your channel.
First off, and no matter what he did, he just kept getting killed. I hated to see this because, well, it's not like No Man's Sky is exactly Elden Ring. So I decided to make a little combat tutorial for you guys, which I'll break down into a few sections. First, exosuit upgrades. Next, weapon selection and weapon upgrades. Movement and tactics. And just a few important takeaways at the end. We'll also have a real-world example of me going through these waves, and I'll explain a little bit of my thought process along the way. So, when we're done, hopefully you guys have a little bit more information and confidence to go forth, wipe out those waves, and get the location of your next Sentinel fighter. Alright, let's get into it. So before the battle's even fought, you gotta spend a little bit of time in the space station to select your weapons and upgrades, things like that. I'm going to make it super simple. A lot of you may be thinking, well, he's going to have an S-class multi-tool and he's going to have top-tier upgrades. Well, you don't need all that. You really don't. Although you will need a little bit of help in the way of hazard protection and life support. But just to prove my point, I literally for this video went to a random cabinet and found this B-class atmosphere puncher. And it's got no upgrades on it. So I'm going to literally just buy what I see here. So we've got some pulse spitter, javelin, neutron cannon, scatter blaster. Everybody has their favorite weapon or combination of weapons. I suggest just keeping it simple and just use one weapon. For these kind of battles, you want something that's good at short and medium ranges. The scatter blaster puts out a ton of damage, but its main strength is kind of like a shotgun at close range. My go-to weapon all the time is the pulse spitter.
Before the video actually begins, I just want to mention
thank you,
one
Professor
thing. Now, this
Cynical. I'd
update
like to
is
sub to your
absolutely
channel.
Spectacular in a lot of ways, and we'll get onto that later in the video. However, there was a lot of troubleshooting I had to do without anywhere online that I could find on how to fix certain issues. However, in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to work around said issues as I show them, and hopefully you should have an easier time. I was trying to buy ice cream this morning when the ice cream van itself decided to run me over. The side of the van even said soft scoop, which got me thinking. Everything you need to know about the Interceptor update, the full guide. That is right, guys, we are back with this incredible update for No Man's Sky. Now, in today's video, we are going to go over exactly what you need to do from A to Z on how to get everything completed, how to get your new multi-tool, how to get a new ship, and how to get the new backpack. So yeah, let's get into today's video because it's going to be a good one. So first things first, you need to find a planet type called a dissident planet. So where it says water on all the listings here, you need to find one that says dissident. However, look what I'm seeing right now. As you can see, I'm going through absolutely loads of different planets, and not a single one is what I am looking for. Now, I had this problem all day yesterday, and I just couldn't figure out why, which is why this guide is so late. So I just started to randomly jump to different planets and whatnot, thinking that that might fix the issue and maybe it was just something wrong with the update, and yet nothing actually came up. I'm going to show you how to fix it. So in order to get those particular planet types to appear, what you need to do is go into your options menu, difficulty, and you need to turn the difficulty preset to normal. Believe it or not, that fixes the whole issue. I kid you not, I spent the best part of yesterday and this morning trying to figure exactly how to get things to be shown correctly. However, if we now start looking for the worlds that we are trying to locate, which is dissident, you'll see that it will be there. But they are a little bit rare, so you will have to be searching for a small while. As you can see, I'm still seeing water everywhere, and at the time I was thinking, does this really work? But if we keep on looking, oh, we just went past one there. There we go, dissident. Fantastic. So once you're in the system, start scanning every single planet until you find one with corrupted sentinels. And you can see there it says copper, gold, silver, corrupted sentinels. That is what we're looking for, and that is where we're going. So as I just make my way down here very quickly, I just want to say a massive thank you to all of the recent subscribers. You can see all of their names going up on screen right now. And if you want to be in the very next video I release, do what they have all done and hit that subscribe button and leave a like on this video. If you do, you will be in my next video when I release it. So once you're down on the world, the first thing you need to do is aggro sentinels, and the best and easiest way is on all of these particular worlds, you'll see Gravitino balls. Now, use your viewfinder and get a Gravitino ball and pick it up. This will immediately aggro those sentinels. And it's just like normal sentinels, and you need to get to the very end of all of the waves until you receive a message. However, I received this one, which again stumped me for a good little while. So I just finished killing all of the sentinels, and it says nothing found. And I'm still getting the swarm multiplying of level 2. But this is actually my third encounter on this planet with sentinels, so it's still showing that nothing's found. Now, without you finishing up these sentinels and going on to the next step, and it says nothing found, this is what you need to do. So the fix for this is fairly simple. You need to go back up into space and go to your galaxy map and pick a new distant system. Go to that system and then pick up where you left off. So after picking up the Gravitino balls and then fighting the immediate insurgent of these sentinels, what will happen is this. You will get this, it almost reminds me of when you put down your base computer and then you obviously go into it and claim the land. Same animation, but you'll get a spike detection, and that's where you need to head to next. However, on your way over there, you want to collect these shard crystals. Now you got little ones dotted about, but it's the big ones that you need because they give you a particular item in order for you to install in your new ship when we go to that location. But you will need those particular items in order to get it even off the ground. So make sure whilst you're on your way over, you go to the big shard crystals and then just start going Hail Mary on them. So once you've got all the shard crystals and everything else that you need, make your way over to this location. Now, it is the location on your map, so obviously it'll be different to mine. This is where your brand new Sentinel ship will be crash landed. Now, on the inside here, you'll get three 3 items, and one that it will be shaded out, and it's called Pilot Interference. Now for this you need a Radiant Shard, mirrors and that, but don't worry, you'll probably already pick them up on the way over. But
see, this wasn't even remotely close to it, and I don't know why I installed it. I'm just gonna uninstall it right now. I'm sorry. And that's not even remotely it. That's not remotely what I'm looking for. Not even remotely. My server is down. Some of those servers are picking up, huh? Server's still down. Yep. So time to get back in EvE play. Let's listen to this.
Their most recent entry was a complete disaster. The series needed a revitalization. That disaster was called Fallout 76, if you don't remember. With all the hype from the show, people are wondering now, in 2024, is it worth giving Fallout 76 another chance? For full price? For 75% off, even for $0 and 0 T 0 cents? Thankfully for me, India, I have friends in high places, and I was actually given a free copy. No, I have Amazon Prime, and I guess you get it for free through there. So I got it for free. If you don't have that or Xbox Game Pass though, you gotta pay. That said, I paid $0 for this game, but was it worth my time? And is it worth yours? That's what we're going to find out. Disclaimer, this opinion is mine and my own. It is just my thoughts on the game, given the experience that I've had with it so far. It's not a fact by any means, and the goal of this is not to persuade or dissuade anyone from buying this game at all, because I don't care. I have no stake in Bethesda or this game. Second disclaimer, I'm not a Fallout expert by any means, and I don't know a whole lot about the lore or the world, so let me know in the comments if I say something wrong and if I just don't know better. But I'm going into this as a pretty casual fan. Didn't play New Vegas, but I played Fallout 3 and 4, and I enjoyed both of them quite a bit. So that's the only background I have. Now let's start on a lighter note. What does this game do well? First things first, I'll say it is a very exciting big map. Once I explored past that first area that you're given, I found that a lot of the areas in the game are actually exciting and interesting and unique, which is not necessarily something I'm used to in a Fallout game, given that the third one was just an entirely destroyed map. Which isn't horrible. I understand it was deliberate, but it's nice to get some variety. There are a lot of different environments and a lot of things I'm pretty sure that we've seen in DLCs that are brought to life in another unique way, and that can be explored with friends now. Another exciting feature, in my opinion, is that that happens in real time, because it's a multiplayer game and you can't have slow motion. Basically, the way it works is it shows a percentage of you hitting that limb or that enemy in general, and it'll basically just auto-lock to them. It works the same as VATS in any of the other games, it just doesn't slow down time. While it does make it a little bit harder to target limbs in the moment because you have to be kind of quick with it, I think it's kind of exciting to see what VATS actually will be like, because obviously it never really slowed down time. And although the slowing down time was really exciting the first few times you do it, and it was super cinematic, to me it just felt like it kind of got old, and it felt like a kind of just a cop-out to actually doing the combat. Also, it was annoying to have to sit through the animation of missing like 3 times in a row. So that's exciting. Character customization is actually pretty well done, and it looks nice. Positive canthal tilt, jawline, and the photo mode is, always cool. I love photo mode. I don't know why, I think that's a really fun feature. It's very similar to the one in Starfield. I actually really like Starfield, and I had a lot of fun with the photo mode in that, so that was cool to see that in it again, even though this one came out first. Another pro is they have this quality of life feature where when you kill an enemy and you haven't looted their body yet, it basically highlights it, so that once you fight a bunch of enemies and you maybe only looted a couple, you can see all the enemies that are left with loot in their pockets that you might potentially want. It saves you a lot of trouble of going back and making sure which bodies you haven't looted yet. And the last pro is that playing with friends is, in my experience, it's very polished and it actually works really well. I feel like at one point or another, pretty much everyone who touches a Bethesda game wonders what it would be like to play it with a friend. And people have been asking for stuff like this for a while, and literally creating it with mods.
That's what 76
and
was.
Some of these mods like Skyrim together, worked pretty well. But there was still a bunch of issues that ultimately made me stop playing it, because at the end of the day, these independent mod teams don't have the resources that a AAA developer does. Whereas Fallout 76 actually felt like a AAA multiplayer experience. There were very little issues with desyncing or people getting kicked from my team or kicked from my lobby or anything like that. It just actually felt good. Altogether, it was a really smooth experience and is where the game is at its best. Obviously, because it was designed that way. And to add on the multiplayer experience being really exciting, they have these missions called expeditions, where you hop in a vertibird and travel to an area outside of the standard game map and complete a mostly linear side storyline with a ton of cool combat encounters with some enemies that are unique to that area, and some traditional Bethesda quest objectives. About halfway through recording for this video, I had no intention of returning to this game ever again. But once I'd done that expedition quest, it actually had me kind of craving to play this game when I was doing other things. The way you unlock them was a little bit tedious, but ultimately worth it, because it was a really fun and rewarding mechanic in the game that reminded me why I love Bethesda games so much. But yeah, my point is, multiplayer is fun and compensates pretty well for the areas where the game fails. Now, let's talk about where the game fails. First, I want to address some of the bugs. It's a Bethesda game, so obviously there's going to be some bugs. That was expected. But I want to point them out because they were annoying. Like one, I was in the character customizer and mouse wheel up was to push your chin out, but then when I would press mouse wheel down to return it, it wasn't registering. I tried it again with another mouse, and it actually wasn't even a hardware issue at all, so I ended up just having to plug in my controller to fix it with the D-pad, then switching back to M&K, which was slightly annoying. Another glitch I keep running into is my gun will just randomly shoot, and once again, it's not my mouse, but my gun will just randomly fire for no reason. And although this hasn't been super problematic, because it's usually with like a pistol or sometimes my shotgun or a rifle, it could potentially be a pretty annoying bug if I have a gun with hard to find ammo or something that can potentially kill me. Now, let's get into actual criticisms I have. First is going to be the shooting. Bethesda's never been known for their combat in any of their games, but I'd say the shooting in this game is particularly bad. It feels really clunky and boxy, and it feels like there's a learning curve to it that just isn't very exciting. It just feels difficult to use because it was designed poorly, and not necessarily because it's nuanced or challenging in a fun or interesting way. It just doesn't feel smooth or good. One specific issue I have with it is you can't cancel a reload or a rechamber animation. So basically, if you're shooting like a bolt action rifle, you have to watch as you rechamber the next round, even if you were trying to switch to another gun.
It drives me crazy.
It's just kind of annoying. You can't just rechamber.
I never thought about it, how bad that really is.
If you initiate a reload, you can't cancel it, so you're stuck doing the entire reload animation while you're just getting shot, which is annoying. Personally, that just bothered me and got me killed several times. Another issue I take with Fallout 76, it's a little shallow, but the game, at least when you start it out, is ugly as shit. To me, it felt like a downgrade. In a multiplayer experience like this, obviously you're not going to have the, highest fidelity textures and all that, but it honestly just felt like a step backwards. I guess it was made in 2018, so it is technically last gen. It didn't feel like it holds up at all today. And I even reinstalled Fallout 4 on my PC just to get a direct comparison, and it definitely wasn't in my head. Like, Fallout 4 looks better from the NPCs to the environments, and that was kind of disappointing to me. I will say though, for some reason, the game defaulted my display settings to poor or low or whatever the bottom one is, even though my hardware is actually really good. And Fallout 4 defaulted it to high, but even when I switched my settings to high on Fallout 76, it didn't look like much had really changed. The only thing that I could say that actually looks good in Fallout 76 is the lighting, because the God rays and the light rays are actually like...
Hey, I won.
They're actually really cool, and they look really good. But lighting is only really good when it has something good to bounce off of. So most of the time the visuals fall short. But I can totally look past that if the gameplay is fun. It was just something I noticed right out the gate, because it's nice to have a graphically pleasing game. Now, this is a little bit of a deeper issue. The world just feels kind of lifeless. I did watch a couple videos about this game before diving in myself, and heard that the main storyline NPCs were not originally part of the game at all, and were added in as an afterthought. But even then, the voice acting and writing is so awful that I usually just ended up skipping the dialogues altogether. And I didn't even skip the dialogue in Oblivion. And Oblivion had like 10 total voice actors who honestly weren't the best in the world. Stop! And they still managed to deliver characters that felt closer to real people than Fallout 76. The NPCs in this game feel more like robots than the actual robots in the game. And this kind of ruined the immersion for me. But I can look past that, because ultimately, I didn't download the game because I wanted a super immersive story. I would just do a single player experience for that. Unfortunately, they didn't just miss with the NPCs involved with the story. There were issues with the non-story NPCs as well. The literal first enemy that I ran into was just standing frozen in place, and then when I shot and killed him, his player model was frozen in place, but he basically was like erased from the world. And that's just not really a great first impression. Now, it didn't happen all the time, but there were plenty of times where I was fighting an NPC and their animations would glitch out, or they would just have horrible AI in general, where they would basically either stand completely still and just freeze and not do anything, or run directly at you, even if they had a gun, and stand an inch from you and just shoot you. I also took a lot of issue with the fact that many of the NPCs
sometimes, and I'm convinced of this, I think sometimes that they wrote this into the AI, where sometimes the zombie is just scorched out and he's alive but he's not moving. Sometimes he's praying to some god that you can't see. Sometimes they're T-posed. Sometimes they're like standing there not moving, and it looks all buggy. But I think they actually wrote the zombies like that, believe it or not. And I don't think they want us to know that they did it on purpose, because then we would be even more angry. I think they did that. I think they did it on purpose. I'm fairly sure. And they've had like 5 years to change it, and it was the biggest point in that video that kicked them in the ass about the 1,250 bugs of Fallout 76 or whatever. And like the first one that he rolls with is the first thing he says is about that.
Would just kind of spam their attacks. I'd say
is like how the zombies don't move. And how he couldn't tell if it was a bug, a feature, or like, you know, or actual design, because half the time when it happens, you feel like it feels like Bethesda wrote it as this mob that just stands there who wants to be shot in the head, that will give you XP, who's fried out of his brain on radiation. And I think they wrote it that way. And it was supposed to be something that made the world feel like you were in a world filled with Fallout, because the zombies were sometimes zonked out and just standing there. And I'm fairly sure they did this because From Software did it in Bloodborne. And, you know, Elden Ring and Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 and stuff, where they'd have these, like, pitiful fucking mobs. Like, in Dark Souls 3, it was really bad. Dark Souls 3, you would kill all these pitiful mobs to be sitting there praying to some god that you couldn't see. And you're like, what the fuck? And they'd be like these frail little piece of shit mobs that die in 2 or 3 hits. And ever since then, I think we've seen a lot of that, and a lot of companies don't really realize how weird that looks to us. And that I'm fairly sure that's what this situation is, because to this day, they aren't bugged. There's a lot of scorched in the world of 76 that just sit there and take it. They're zonked out on radiation. You can see it. They're praying to some god they can't see, or they're standing there just not moving, and they're just like, they're fucking zonked out. They're like, rah. And I think Bethesda wrote it that way. I think so.
Was when you have to do one of the first main storyline quests, and you're fighting a bunch of these raiders, and you break into their base, but most of the enemies have an unlimited supply of Molotov cocktails. And if you stand still for slightly too long, you're just gonna get barraged with a storm of Molotov cocktails. And it's really annoying because they make you stumble, so then you're stuck in place and you can't do anything about it because you're stumbling, and then you're on fire, and it's just stuck in place and you can't do anything about it because you're stumbling, and then you're on fire, and it just sucks. It's really annoying.
My brother in Christ, you are scaring the hoes.
All the enemies have like 1 or 2 different attacks or actions that they can even do, And it just, once again, contributes to that feeling of like, oh my god, these are animatronics. And look, I get it. It's an MMO. And I guess my issue isn't really that they have limited attacks, but it kind of just feels like they're all doing the same thing. Whether it's a raider with an axe or a feral ghoul with their hands, they all just kind of run at you and attack you the same exact way, and it doesn't really feel like there's any intelligence in the AI.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
And this is more of a criticism towards Bethesda as a whole, and not necessarily Fallout 76 by itself. But this game was made in 2018, and it's still being supported, and the AI feels the exact same as Skyrim in 2011. Also, at one point, I ran into an enemy who was just unkillable. And I looked it up to make sure I wasn't just being an idiot, because that's actually pretty likely. But other people were having the same exact issue, and it turns out it was just Bethesda being Bethesda, and basically he was a protected NPC for a quest line, but since I didn't initiate the quest line, he was still technically a raider and got aggroed by my presence. So he's basically a protected quest NPC who can do damage to you, which is very stupid. Now, it was easy to just run away from him, and it's not like he did a whole lot of damage to me. But it ended up just being another obnoxious bug and another chip in the glossy coat of paint that a AAA title should have. To expand on that, here is an example of a protected quest NPC. In this quest, you have to find this bandit camp that's harassing this small town, and in order to find them,
we call Bethesda
this farmer who.
I think that when I think AAA-ness, I think publishers. I don't think developers. It is weird because his complaint was about the developers of Bethesda being AAA-ness, but actually I don't think so.